وسنبدأ فعاليات اليوم الثاني بعد دقيقتين من الآن. أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، الحضور الأعزاء، نرحب بكم في منتدى المحميات الطبيعية في المملكة العربية السعودية حما 2024 الذي يعقد تحت الرعاية الكريمة لمعالي المهندس عبد الرحمن بن عبد المحسن الفضلي وزير البيئة والمياه والزراعة، وينظمه المركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية. أنا دكتورة وعد عارف، مستشارة إعلامية بالمركز، يسعدني تقديم فقرات هذا المنتدى. نجتمع في اليوم الثاني لمنتدى حما 2024 والذي يصادف يوم الأرض العالمي وهو الموافق 22 أبريل، وذلك لمناقشة قضايا التنوع الأحيائي والبيئة محلياً ودولياً، وتأكيد حرص المملكة العربية السعودية للحفاظ على الحياة الفطرية وتحقيق الإدارة المستدامة للمحميات الطبيعية وفق مستهدفات رؤية السعودية 2030. بعد المناقشات القيمة التي أجريناها بالأمس مع نخبة من المتحدثين المميزين، نواصل اليوم جدول أعمالنا. تتناول أول جلسة نقاشية لليوم الثاني من منتدى حما موضوع المحافظة على الطبيعة في عصر التغير المناخي. نرحب بالمتحدث الرئيس لهذه الجلسة الدكتور فيصل والي، مدير المياه والطاقة والبيئة في كاوست، لتقديم عرضه.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure and honor to be part of this very important and much needed event. I am going to start saying thanks to NCW for inviting me and also being very kind host for this event. I think I also want to say congratulate to them because they have managed to bring a lot of key people in this event, and this in fact reflects their intentions towards the conservation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So when I say conservation, the topic of today's presentation is as well I hope the slides will be up, yes. The topic of the presentation is also conservation in the era of climate change. It is always interesting to start as a first speaker because then sometimes you need to wait for the people to come in, but also sometimes you are nervous as well. This morning when I wake up, I was sweating, and you know what we do in these conditions? We either complain that maybe this is because of the presentation or climate change, because climate change is an easy target to complain. So, well, my name is Faisal Wali. I work for King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. King Abdullah University of Science and Technology is a young university established back in 2009. It offers master degree, PhD degree, MS leading to PhD degree. It is English-based and merit-based university. It is so much English-based that after 15 years working in the university, I still cannot speak Arabic, unfortunately, and I blame cows because everybody is talking English. The university is located on the shore of Red Sea, so if you are getting bored in your lab, you can always come out and see the beautiful Red Sea in front of you and remind yourself that we need to protect this as well. KAUST is working on a majorly 5 key research areas which include water, energy, environment, food security, data, and AI, digital and data AI. But I think if we look into the sustainability goals, we can say very easily that the KAUST is addressing most of these sustainability goals. And if I look into the presentation or the topic of the presentation today, it also covers quite a number of these sustainability goals, starting from number 13, the climate change, number 14, the life below water, and number 15, life on land. And not only this, because if you are working on this, then you are making it sure that number 2, no hunger, and number 6, clean water can be also addressed. So conservation is like connecting the dot of sustainability and making it sure that when you are doing the conservation, you are actually covering the sustainability goals as well, which is a commitment of the kingdom to the world anyways. So KAUST has started his efforts working on these, and these efforts were, as a research institute, we did not focus only on the research, but we moved one step further, and we said in 2017, after the Vision 2030 comes, we said that we need to have a consultancy arm, like a beacon development company, which will help the kingdom to see the gaps of expertise required to achieve Vision 2030. And if some of you are already working with beacon development and you know that beacon development is trying to engage across the world to address the issues required to achieve Vision 2030. Then back in 2020, also KAUST announced its Climate and Livability Initiative. And the purpose was looking into multidisciplinary research, but also at the same time focus on that how the so-called climate changes are going to impact on the people of Saudi Arabia, Middle East, and across the world. And then, very recently, in 2023, with Ministry of Environment, Water, and Agriculture, KAUST also announced Climate Change Center. And the purpose of this is look into the ministry's new programs and initiatives and see where the gaps are and how KAUST can help them to achieve those. So with all these things, we are not going to do everything alone. We have to partner with other local groups as well, or the companies who are working. And I think I just want to mention, because we are talking about climate change, so very recently, KAUST published Climate Future Report. And Climate Future Report is is actually worked together with Aeon and CAPSARC. CAPSARC is another organization working in Saudi Arabia, more on the policy side. Aeon Collective are working on sustainability. It's an NGO within Saudi Arabia. And this report says a few things which possibly are going to be changed due to climate change, which are going to be, there will be some impacts of climate change across the region. And last week I was in UAE, and I have seen in front of me some flash flooding, and that reminds me some of the topics which this report covers, that how things are going to be changing in this region as well. But when we talk about climate change, we sometimes exaggerate as well. What I want to say, and the climate change is not happening on Middle East only, but if you look into across the world, there is a climate change coming. And if you look at my friend Barry, the polar bear, we never met, but it's a digital era, so we know each other very well. It looks very innocent, fluffy, but he is looking for the help. And they're looking for the help because the ice is melting very fast. And the question comes towards us that how we can do some efforts to protect the shrinking sea ice. The good thing is that there are already some efforts are being done. We understand the special needs for breeding seasons. We understand the protected areas. We understand how we can stop the hunting processes. So these are the things which we have already learned. I think we can build on those and also work on the reducing carbon emissions for sure. But then, if I ask you to close your eyes and imagine a beautiful world under the sea, and I'm sure that some of you will immediately start thinking about Great Barrier Reefs in Australia because they are most beautiful, same like Red Sea as well maybe. But there are some issues happening there as well, and one of the issues is the bleaching. And often we say the bleaching is only because it's happening because of the climate change and the temperature rise, but there are many other reasons as well. And now Australia is trying to work on this and see that what can we do? Can we restrict some fishing, tourism, or we can look into promoting more protective areas around the reef? And one of the most important thing is also do some research and try to understand what is the real cause of these bleaching. Talking with these corals, we need to understand that every coral type is different and they are impacting not only because of climate change, but there are many other reasons as well. And then the next thing which also comes in mind is Amazon rainforest. And then the wildfires is one of the major causes, which is also combined with the deforestation. So with all these stories, what I want to say is that things are changing quickly. The species living on the land, they are getting affected. The species who are underwater, they are affecting. The food requirement for these species are also getting affected. So we need to look into it very carefully. But we don't have to start everything from scratch because we are building on something which we have already achieved. We have a lot of success stories which we can celebrate and from which we can learn and go back and see that a new factor can be added, which is a climate change factor in these cases. And when I say I think yesterday evening, we have a very interesting session at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. where we talk about conservation efforts actually began back in 7th century, and especially in this area where the protected areas were declared and the push was there to look into wildlife as well. So building on this, I think when I consider the climate comes in, which is a new threat of the day, we can take some of the groundwork or some of the success and start building on top of it. And the most important thing, I think yesterday, many of the speakers talk about is, it's the key things what we did in the past was protected areas. We're looking to address the habitat loss, but also the very important thing was the strong commitment that we want to do this. And this strong commitment also has to combine with the public awareness that they will buy what government wants to achieve in these cases. And this has been done if you look into what I call bald to bold eagle. So the bald eagle has a problem, and this problem was created because of the DDT. And this DDT, the fertilizer, the problem was identified through research, and the people find out that it is depleting because of the DDT. So the research factor is important to make it sure that we look into the endangered species and conserve them. And in this case, it was conserved, and the US eagle, the pride of US, is now flying again around the US. Similarly, if you look into rhinos, so rhinos have the similar stories. They have the beautiful horns to protect them, but these horns actually ended up taking them away because people like to use these horns for different reasons. And this creates more hunting for rhinos. And a lot of efforts were done, especially in Africa and South Africa. The white rhino stories is another success story. But this has been changed as well, where people behavior were addressed. The last slide I was talking about more on the research side, but the commitment from the government and also the awareness about the issue and changing the habits of the people affect this scenario. And this brings me to another example of markhor, which is a goat animal on the Himalayan peak. You always think about the beautiful mountains and the one animal really hanging on these mountains you can imagine is markhor. And this markhor has the same problem. One is because he has the beautiful horns, and the second was people using it for the meat purpose as well. And again, the strict regulations were imposed, but also protected areas were announced. And if you look into, I'm just gonna give an example from Pakistan, Himalayan regions, there was depleting, the amount of the markhor was reduced to 1,000, and now last year they have announced that it is reaching to around 6,000 of markhors, just because they announce the protected areas, they make it sure people are aware that this is a rare or endangered species, and things have been changed. So what I want to say is the examples are there, we have done in the past, and we can do the same in future as well. But looking into the Middle East, the things can become a little bit more complicated because Middle East has a very harsh environment, and there is an issue related to in the desert environment, especially where water and food for the animals is always tricky. And then also there are climate change impacts as well. However, if you look into right now, there is a strong commitment from the governments across the Middle East, but I would specifically talk about Vision 2030, where Kingdom is very clear with his objectives. The vision is announced, but the vision is also communicated to across the kingdom. You know, the best part is if you go into any remote area or any village across the Saudi Arabia, people you will see talking about Vision 2030. They have a poster standing about Vision 2030. The communication about the Vision 2030 was done in an excellent way, and it reached to everybody across the kingdom. And then the government come forward. They not only change the ministries according to the Vision 2030, but they announced a very relevant program to achieve what is said in the Vision 2030. And some of the important programs are National Transformation Program, National Renewable Energy Program, where Kingdoms is committed to go for 50% renewable energy resources until Vision 2030. Then the environmental strategy came in, Saudi Green Initiative, which is a key for conservation as well. It comes out as well. When you have all these programs and the work has been done, the clear milestones were provided for these programs, then comes the next step where we said that now we have a Green Initiative program launched, we have enough food to bring back to Arabian oryx into the field, into these protected areas, and we declare the protected areas to make it sure that no hunting will happen, and also at the same time educating the people that this was endangered species, and we need to make it sure that we are not going to go back to the same path. The next step, of course, the Arabian leopard will come as well, and there is a work going on. I think if you walk around in the on the other hall, you will find out the new things. I'm not going to go in details what Saudi Arabia does in different ways, but I think the most important thing what I want to say is here comes one more step, and that's using the new technology where you can see or you can put the sensors to the animals and see what are their challenges and learn a lot using the new technologies. And that's where KAUST is working very closely with our partners, and especially with NEOM and NCW, and seeing that how we can use the different sensor or can bring the different sensor into the market to make these studies and to make this conservation effort more meaningful. That's my favorite part is Red Sea, because KAUST is located on the shore of Red Sea. And KAUST, in 2009, when KAUST was established, the Red Sea was like a black box. There is not much known about it. And the researchers who came to do research in KAUST, they were jumping on this, considering that that's a lab, they will never get it back. So they work quite a lot. It's a home, our 1,200 species. There are corals, and the rich corals, around 300 different kind of corals. Now the thing is that how we can protect this whole ecosystem, that's the question. And KAUST has done some work with different species where they take the species, they look into what are the issues they are facing and how can we address them. And I just want to give you an example of one thing, which is a coral nursery. Now, KAUST is developing a coral nursery, and this is going to be developed very close to Shusha Island, which is located in NEOM. And next to Shusha Island, we will have a coral park, coral reef park, and also a small nursery means the world's largest nursery, where all these 300 species will be protected. They will be given a chance to regrow themselves. We look into the different diseases they are facing, different pressures they are facing, and how can we protect them. So in lump sum, what I want to say, yes, Saudi Arabia's efforts are there now because of Vision 2030, and we can see a very promising path ahead of us. So concluding these things and making you ready for our panel discussion, I just want to say conservation efforts have a proven track record of success in protecting endangered species. We have success stories to build and look into climate change, just another factor, added factor into the equation, and see that what can we do to navigate the situation and and keep doing the conservation efforts the way we were doing in the past. The most important thing is, in the past, we have done it all together. When I say all together, it's not the government job, it's the job of government, NGOs, universities, and the community as well. So I think we all have to come together to take this into the future. Thank you very much.
شكراً جزيلاً لك دكتور فيصل على هذا العرض القيم. نرحب الآن بمنسق الجلسة الدكتور درو غاردنر، عضو المحافظة على البيئة والمناخ في بيئة الإمارات، صندوق البيئة العالمي.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates. Our topic this morning is really one which is very timely and a very important one, conservation in the era of climate change. And as we all know, we are now in the era of climate change. Climate change is here and is intensifying. I'm working with Emirates Nature, WWF, and last year we had major flash floods which came down and actually caused some fairly serious damage to some of our projects in washing away nature trails and the fallage that we had just restored in one of the villages. And it was described as a 50-year event. So we kind of thought, well, that's good, we've had that, we've repaired the damage. And then just last week, the flooding in the Emirates was actually worse than it was last year. There were major, major flash floods, which we haven't been able to yet assess the damage. But this is something I think we have to get used to. Climate change will certainly have a huge effect on biodiversity and habitats over the coming years. And our planning planning to conserve wild places and nature and biodiversity has to take this into consideration. However, the outcomes of climate change, particularly at a local level, are very difficult to predict. And I think when it comes to the interaction between climate change and conservation and biodiversity, again at a local level, is even more hard to predict. So really our planning and management and policies have to be adaptable and responsive to what is happening on the ground. And at the same time, I think we need to be very much aware that the more traditional drivers of biodiversity loss are still very much with us today. Things like habitat loss and overexploitation, invasive species, pollution, disease are all still here, and we must not let a focus on climate change detract from our efforts on these other factors. We must not lose our focus on them as well. So above all, I think conservation responses to climate change have to be based on the best science that there is and must be fully integrated with the communities in which they occur. So with that, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists for our discussion this morning. So we have, very lucky to have His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Kurban, who we all know as the CEO of the National Centre for Wildlife. We have Dr. Mazen Asiri, the Executive Director for the Regional Centre for Climate Change at the National Centre for Meteorology, and Dr. Jacques Trouvillet, the Executive Secretary of the African-Eurasian Migratory Waterbird Agreement, and Dr. Faisal, who gave us such an excellent introduction to our topic this morning. So I'd welcome you up onto stage, please. Sit underneath your name. Oh, yours isn't here, is it?
My name is here.
Oh, there. Okay, you sit. It's on? Very good. It's better. Thank you. So we'll kick off straight into our discussion. And I'd like to address the first question to Dr. Mohammed, which is to say, what are the most effective strategies for protecting biodiversity in the face of changing climate patterns? And for example, does Vision 2030 and the 30 by 30 target, do you think this sufficiently addresses climate change?
Okay. Thank you so much for the question, and good morning to everybody here. And let me just say something very important. To understand the impact of climate change on the conservation. The conservation is very important for the ecosystems and for the biodiversity. Impact, no doubt, there is big impact. Maybe I'm here today to represent the marine scientist. What I found in this panel, there is no any representative of marine science. As I am a marine scientist, so I will be focusing in this panel about the marine science. I think there is very important role of the conservation, the biodiversity and ecosystem mutually between the climate change. So part of the marine organisms, okay, it will really help mitigating the climate change. And vice versa, also there is a big impact from the climate change on some of the ecosystem like coral reef in the marine area. So I just start this one. I need just now to take the what we have the Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, which is really linked to the NEC, the NES, the environmental strategy that we have in Saudi Arabia. It will really big help on the how to solve and conserve our biodiversity and ecosystem. I think the new system we have in Saudi Arabia for the environment plays very important role. Now we have 5 centers for environmental solve the environmental issues. Those 5 centers, the green coverage, the compliance, wildlife, meteorology, and the waste management. They are working hand in hand really to solve all the problems that we have. Second, we have the 30 by 30, the protected area. Both the terrestrial and marine, those protected area will play a very important role. As you mentioned, Dr. Faisal in his talk, and thanks for your talk, it's very interesting. We can tell clearly how the 30% it will help to protect those organisms that I felt sorry about, that we're going to lose them. And we have a very good successful story in Saudi Arabia about the oryx. Oryx is almost extinct, and our colleagues in Wildlife Authority before, they started to support and bring back those ones. Even now, our colleagues in Al-Ula, they work with the Arabian leopard. Now we are working as an assistant for the cheetah. Those organisms plays very important role. In the marine side, we talk about the coral reef and phytoplankton. Both are very important in our life. But if you ask me about the climate change, we link it very much to the carbon capture. Okay? Now, if you talk about the carbon capture, I think nothing is better than the deep ocean or deep seas, which is really linked strongly with the phytoplankton. So the 30 by 30 in marine and in terrestrial, it will really play a very important role for the vice versa. But now, recently we had the Green and Saudi initiatives and the Middle East initiative. Those really also very important. If you go deeply and look at those initiatives, it really can play a very important role in how to have the good mitigation plans for the climate change. This may be the main thing that we are doing right now, but if I will talk, I will not stop. So I need to stop, not take a long time.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mazen, if I can address a question to you. How does climate change alter the effectiveness of the protected areas in the country and the other conservation measures that we have? And what adaptations do you feel are necessary? What changes do we need to make?
Thank you for the question. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this is good question. So, for the climate change impacts, we believe it impacts all the ecosystem, and by raising the temperature, which is the main element, climate element in the climate change, made a stress on the biodiversity, stress on the species. This point is very important to be studied by the climate change impact and to see what is the impact, what is the influence of these elements. At the center, we have studies on the climate change elements to see what is the future under the different scenarios. A recent study we have at the center to mention that the extreme weather is increasing at the region. So this will influence the protected area. So by taking this under consideration and other studies will give us a good plan, good management to the protected area. It's important to assess the challenges and the weakness points at the protected area and to make it under consideration in our management to achieve our goals in protecting species and improving and enhancement of our environment. Yes.
Thank you, yes. Faisal, if I could come to you. Can you give us your impressions of what are the potential synergies and trade-offs between climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation efforts, and anything we can learn from the past initiatives?
Very good question. Yes, the simple answer is first that yes, there are a lot of synergies between climate change and biodiversity conservation. And I will start with giving an example. We were just talking about the Saudi Green Initiative. Yeah. It's a great initiative. You want to grow 1 billion trees. But if you are going to have these trees, and this comes because of the climate change, but if you are going to have these trees which are indigenous species, that means that you are clicking the both boxes immediately. You are actually working on the climate change and also on the biodiversity side as well. But if taken aside, if you are going towards maybe biofuel and you would like to go and grow crops or agriculture which is only for the biofuel purposes, maybe you are serving the climate change because you are reducing the CO2, but you are not actually looking into conservation approaches which are required for these regions. Yeah, so that's the trade-off. Mm-hmm. So I think, and this can keep going, because if you look into, for example, you want to grow more agriculture or a vegetation in this area and you are considering to use more what we call it, the more organic fertilizers type of things, then you can achieve the both goals. That's the synergies. But if you are going to bring aggressive fertilizer approach to grow the plants or the vegetation, so maybe you are protecting one side, the biodiversity, but you're trading off on the climate change because you are adding up more carbon into the soil. So I think they both have the synergies, and we have to build up on the synergies to make it sure that they both go hands on hands rather than competing with each other. And the best part of this is, as I mentioned, is that this whole thing, if you're looking into conservation, this is actually, if you more you conserve, the more you are achieving your sustainability goals. And that's why I always bring the conservation next to the sustainability, because then you complete the circle, in fact.
Yeah, thank you. That's very interesting. And I think certainly from the UAE perspective, the focus on mangrove restoration and planting, which is seen as a very important part of negative emissions or carbon sequestration, for example, but also clearly has a conservation benefit as well. And same too with trying to build sustainable agriculture using the agroecological principles, where you're actually improving the soil by using composting and mulching and so on, rather than the artificial fertilizers, actually is storing carbon in the soil as well. So it's as well as helping with biodiversity. So thank you. Dr. Jacques, if I can come to you and talk a little bit about migratory species. Because obviously species don't really respect national boundaries very often, and particularly with the flyways and bird migrations, but also the marine cetacean movements and so on. And I wonder if you can tell us how you think that climate change might affect migratory species, and if we should be doing something more in terms of their conservation.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, migratory species has special aspects, as you mentioned, because they don't know boundaries. So to protect them, not only against climate change, but on all other pressure, we really need international cooperation. So we first need to assess what are the range of those species and then work together. That's the chance of the success, yeah. Dr. Faisal shows some success in conservation, and we can develop action plan for those migratory species, either under international treaty like the CMS or the IVA one, or even with bilateral agreement between two neighbor countries, because climate change will put additional pressure on the other driver for loss of biodiversity. So we really need to work together and to plan our action. It's clear there is several steps. We have published on our website a complementary guideline about biodiversity and climate change. First, we recommend to take action now, and taking action now, because we know that climate change is a long process over the century, but we can already try to reduce sources of harm on, which are not linked with the climate change first. It could be encroachment on nature. There is a lot, pesticide and so on. There is a lot to be done to increase our chance of success first. Second, we need to maintain or to restore in the habitat the ecological resilience of the habitat and the ecosystem. And it goes through either existing network or increasing the efficiency of these networks. That's really, really important. And for the high quality habitat, we need to think about buffer zone, perhaps, not to affect what we wanted to protect. The third step, of course, is to accommodate the change. And again, it's through a network of good quality habitat, either because they are already good or through restoration. And we are within the decade of restoration. So we should increase our effort to restore some of the habitats. We can think also about translocation of some species. I think, for example, for marine turtle, with the level of the sea which will rise, there is probably some breeding beaches which will be destroyed by this level. So how can we create new habitat for those species? It will take time, of course. And climate change this time, because it's caused by human activities, it's a race against time. In the last glaciation, it's taken, for example, 60 centuries for the oak in Western Europe to recover their distribution. We don't have that time. It's a matter of years only now. That's why I'm grateful that Saudi Arabia has this vision to 2030. It's a good period of time to act. We have, and Dr. Faisal also gave us some example, we need to integrate this biodiversity conservation across all sectors. For example, if we wish to develop renewable energy through, for example, wind farm, we should avoid to set up this wind farm on bottleneck migration. That's really important. So it's also a special organization of what we want to do. That's clear. And of course, and all of us will agree, we need to increase our knowledge, because predicting climate change is, say, relatively easy. It's physics. But when we explain to meteorologists the feedback in biodiversity, they say, well, it's awful. How can you predict? Not all the, for example, for a forest or the seagrass bed, not all species will migrate the same speed. So it means we will see some recombination, and it's really difficult to predict. So we should be humble, we should do our best with this 30% of protected area, and thanks to, again, Saudi Arabia to create this network. And we have to think also about ecological corridors between those protected areas for migratory species. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think this leads quite nicely into a question for you, Dr. Mazen, about how can we predict what is going to happen? I mean, if we're going to do good conservation planning, we really need to know whether we're talking about higher temperatures or less rainfall or more extreme weather. And you know, it is difficult to predict what is going to happen in the marine environment. Can you, what are your feelings about kind of prediction, and how useful is it, if you like, for planning?
Yes, actually, to build a good plan for adaptation or managing the protected area is to have a picture about the future. So how to get this picture is by predicting the different direction of the impact of climate change on the protected area or a species. Let me go back one step. The climate change modeling is now working under different scenarios to predict the future until 2100. So these scenarios were built to give or to consider the changes in the reasons or causes of the climate change emissions. So by considering these scenarios and its output, we can engage this output to the ecological models. but there are many challenges in these models. The main or two main points of these challenges is the availability of the data and the complexity of the model itself. How to deal with it, how to make it accurate to give accurate data or accurate output. So if we get the data and get holistic data for the protected area and its boundaries that we can feed the models, so it's good to the models to predict, and also to explain the ecological model to work in the numerical process that will give us good and accurate output, accurate information about the future of the impact of the climate change or the element of climate change, specifically the temperature and the extreme weathers. To assess the weakening areas in the protected area and to consider it to give solutions. Also to assess the behavior of the species under the stress of these elements and to see how to deal with it, how to protect it, how to make the environment suitable for them to live in. Not to move to remote area and to have this the area with as to be without the species. I can say if there is one example of the changes of the species in the Earth is after the Ice Age. The species of the mild climate changed their places and go to the northward and, after the ice melted. So now we are in the warming era of the climate change. So we need to know how the species will deal with the stress of the climate or the climate elements and to work on it. Numerical model will give us good information about this and to let us plan our adaptation plans and management of the protected area very well that we can deal with it. Another point for the management of this protected area is the flexibility with the changes of the element of climate that we predict now to increase in future, but maybe the models will change their output, maybe increase the extremist of the increase, or maybe to decrease the temperature over the future years.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think and this ties quite nicely into what Dr. Jacques was saying about how long it takes for the European oak to kind of move forward after the glaciation. Obviously, with climate change now, the rates have increased so much that, and also with fragmentation of the habitat, it's much more difficult for species to move. And I think so we really need to try to be able to identify where climate refugia might be and to protect those areas which are going to protect species as climate change continues to occur. So, Dr. Mohammed, I wonder if you could just say a few words about how you think conservation efforts can be better coordinated at local and national and international levels to address these kind of interconnected challenges of climate change and biodiversity conservation.
Okay, thank you for your question. Of course, environment cannot be just local. It has to be well connected with whatever you have around you. So we talk about the local environment and whatever surround the like based in the region, based in the whole globally. I think that the better way that we can connect with each other, we have to work with the NGOs and with the international organizations. So let me just start talking about the effort that have been done locally inside Saudi Arabia, and I'll be focusing now on the National Center for Wildlife. And what we have been doing since the center started in 2021. And also I need to connect my work with Dr. Mazen, and I'm going to give him good news about the ecological model. Nowadays, the National Center from day number one, we start working on the baseline. In order to understand what do you have problems, any problems, you need to understand what do you have and where the problems are. And this is what we did. So we start with the marine, because we have two important seas, the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea, which is one of the most really important seas in the world. So already data we have, as I used to be a professor at King Fahd University, already we understand the marine life in Arabian Gulf. Even we have books and publications started in KFUPM, and now we can understand every single item, biodiversity, ecosystem in Arabian Gulf. Red Sea was a little bit mysterious to us. So in 2022, direction from His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed, supporting us with the discovery of the Red Sea by using one of the most important charter, the Ocean X. With Azizi ship, we did the first time the decade expedition for the whole Red Sea, and we discovered many items in the Red Sea. So we start to having the baseline for the marine. Now, very soon we're going to start the decade expedition for the terrestrial part. And now my colleagues, with all universities in the kingdom, they're going to work with us hand in hand. Plus, we have a consultant, and yesterday we signed MOU with Oxford University. So they're going to work with us hand in hand as well to understand all the terrestrial. So if I have all those data and the baseline, what we have, now we can think clearly. Number one, we need to work with the biodiversity. Whatever we missed in the peninsula, we need to bring it back again. If nothing, if we cannot, we can bring the closest species that we can in order to have it in the for example, the cheetah is already extinct more than 100 years. So now we discovered that what the species we have, we started already the breeding program for the cheetah to bring it back. But if I need to bring it back or reintroduce it to the nature, I need to understand what I need to prepare for this organism. So we start to reintroduce all the organisms that we need. For example, oryx, gazelles. We have 3 species of gazelles, plus the ibex as well. And since 2021, we release more than 8,000 species in the nature, okay, based on scientific matter, not release them like this. And follow up, also, of course, as I mentioned earlier, we have 5 centers, they work with us. We have our colleagues in royal protected areas. They will protect the nature. Now you can see the different type of species in the nature. For example, oryx, they were not there in the north in more than 90 years. Now we recorded more than 5 generations in the nature. All this work, we need to bring everything back. Now back to the data that we have from boundary in the Red Sea to boundary in Arabian Gulf and whatever between them. All this data, as Dr. Mazen mentioned, one of the items we need the data, and I agree with him. Ecological model is one of the most difficult models that you can handle. It's not easy because of the variances you have in the environmental factors. So we're going to have all this data with our colleagues in the meteorology center. They can afford all the physical parameters. The center will work on the ecological model, inshallah. Then we're going to have a complete environmental management for the biodiversity, for the ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. So all this effort locally, plus we are well connected nowadays with the international organization. For example, one of the efforts that started in 2021 by the center, we organized the hunting. Now there is a quota and there is also fines, penalties, can go to up to 30 Saudi Riyal million. plus 10 years in prison if you are up to 10, of course, up to 10 years prison if you do anything wrong with the environmental system that we have, approved by the king and also by the government, that you are not allowed to do the following. So, for example, if you hunt Arabian leopard, the government will make you pay 400,000 Saudi riyals. But it's not the end of it. National Center for Wildlife, I'll go back to him and I'm going to charge him more than millions because you affect not the leopard, no, the whole system. So all those efforts that we have, hunting, reintroduction of all species, we have now 3 breeding centers in Saudi Arabia, and most welcome to visit them. Plus, we have efforts for the 30 by 30 protected area. Even for the marine right now, we are working hand in hand with King Abdullah University, as well as international institutes, in order to have the rehabilitation of whatever impacted for those ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think your point about data collection is really, really important. And I'd kind of like to give a shout out to all of those people who are doing survey work, and the plants and the smaller animals, the reptiles and so on, which is going on, which is really very, very impressive. Now, I think with that, I think time has really run away from us, and so we need to, I think, stop this very interesting discussion. And I'd like to thank all our panelists for their insightful comments, and thank you very much for this.
شكراً جزيلاً لكم على هذه الجلسة المثرية. سيكون لدينا الآن استراحة لمدة ثلث ساعة أو لمدة ثلث ساعة، ونعود مع باقي الجلسات بإذن الله. نعود لكم مجدداً مع جلسة المناقشة الثانية لهذا اليوم، والتي تدور حول استعادة الطبيعة، التأهيل وإعادة التوطين. نرحب بالمتحدث الرئيس لهذه الجلسة السيد بول مارشال، مدير المحميات نيوم.
A very good morning to everyone. Clearly I'm not Paul Marshall, but just to introduce our panel on rewilding, restoration and reintroduction. Welcome to everybody. I think we all hear these terms, but I'm privileged to say we have a very distinguished panel that will be talking to you today. We're going to have a keynote by Dr. Paul Marshall, followed by a panel discussion, and we'll just delve a little bit deeper into these concepts of rewilding. So this is the restoration through rehabilitation, and ultimately the reintroduction of indigenous species. And I think if you look at the past 2 days of presentations, if you look at the Saudi 2030 vision, it's very clear that there's this proliferation of protected areas across Saudi Arabia that's current and to come. And specifically focusing on the terrestrial areas, I think all of them are going to need a component of this rewilding. So what we're going to be talking to you today about are the layers that make up that process. And nobody more experienced than Dr. Paul Marshall to give us some examples from NEOM and to set the stage for this very exciting discussion. So welcome everybody and please enjoy.
Good morning everybody. Wonderful to be here. It's always great to take a bit of time out of NEOM and come and to see the big city in Riyadh and to catch up with all our wonderful colleagues who are based here doing amazing work on conservation. Particular thanks to the National Centre for Wildlife and the leadership, Dr. Qurban, for organising this event. It's an amazing opportunity for us to share experiences, but importantly to stay aligned and strengthen our collaborations, because everything we're doing in the Kingdom here is a collaboration in the interests of nature and conservation. So it's very, very exciting to be part of that. I've been in the Kingdom now for nearly 6 years working for NEOM, and the thing that's absolutely striking, just see if I can get this moving. There we go. The thing that's absolutely striking is just what a progressive nation Saudi Arabia is. And it's truly a future-facing nature when it comes to economic development and social change. But most excitingly for all of us here, of course, it's also an incredibly future-facing nation when it comes to conservation. And that's where rewilding has such an important place in what's happening in the Kingdom. The Kingdom isn't making the mistakes of countries around the rest of the world, where nature conservation is the thing you do in little pockets of land that nobody else wants. It's almost been dealt with as an afterthought. But here, nature conservation is front and centre in the nation's agenda, and that's an incredible thing to be offering the world. I've just come back from a week visiting some of the biggest cities in China, Beijing, Shanghai and Hong Kong, as part of what we call the Discover NEOM tour. And that's designed to bring to the world awareness about what's happening in NEOM. I'm sharing that with you because you'll all be aware of NEOM and how grand it is as a development program. The thing that we start with when we explain to people what NEOM is how we're balancing development with nature, and how nature conservation is such a key part of what NEOM is doing. And that's an incredible signal to the world about the commitment that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has to achieving a balance between nature conservation and development, economic and social progress in a way that very few countries have been bold enough to imagine, let alone deliver. So I want to just do a little bit of positioning now to allow our panel to really share with you what's happening across the Kingdom when it comes to rewilding, why it's so important, some of the challenges, but importantly, the incredible opportunities that come with embracing rewilding as a conservation practice. So I want to start firstly with, well, what do we mean when we say rewilding? Is this just another word for conservation? Yes and no. It is a conservation initiative, but it has a flavour to it that's quite different from traditional conservation. In most parts of the rest of the world, conservation means trying to stop people doing bad things to nature, but otherwise letting nature do its thing. But it hasn't worked. I mean, there's no part of the planet that hasn't been affected by human activity. So a passive approach to conservation can only get us so far, and importantly, it can only take us so fast. Rewilding is a way of embracing the responsibility we have as the species that have caused the greatest harm to nature, to really accelerating and boosting the return of nature to its former abundance and glory. And that's done not by trying to return something back to what it used to be, but rather by very targeted interventions that can accelerate nature's own natural processes of rebuilding, restoration, and recolonisation. The other thing that's really important about rewilding, because it relies on natural processes as a self-internal driving of that process of recovery of ecosystems, it has to be done on a scale that makes sense ecologically. So the best way to do rewilding is to do it on a big scale. It focuses on keystone species, the species that can make the biggest difference to kick-starting those natural processes of recovery. And it thinks very much about processes like connectivity, adaptability, and is very future-looking in that that rewilding demands that we anticipate future ecosystem conditions and allow our ecosystem to rebuild itself so that it's fully adapted to not just current, but also resilient to future conditions. You'll probably know that a lot of the early rewilding stories came out of Europe, particularly in the Netherlands. There was a very well-known example. The other famous project that is often thought of as a rewilding project is the return of wolves to Yellowstone National Park. But we have an incredible opportunity here in Saudi Arabia to bring rewilding to arid ecosystems. And arid ecosystems, apart from being very exciting venues for rewilding, are also places, parts of the world that have rarely received as much attention for conservation as they should. So really rewilding is different, and it has a much stronger emphasis on ecosystem dynamics. It's not about static preservation, and importantly, it behooves us to take a much more active role in kick-starting natural processes. So why is Saudi Arabia such an amazing opportunity to be pushing forward into rewilding? It's all about our arid ecosystems. When people think of conservation and the great conservation challenges, the great conservation successes, they turn in their minds to rainforests, coral reefs, maybe the great temperate forests. But yet arid ecosystems cover about a third of the world's land mass. And we know, everybody who's working in this country, that not only are they harsh environments, but they've been treated poorly. And there's widespread and accelerating desertification. Many of the places we see in Saudi Arabia look like desert, of course, but they're more desertified than they would have been if it wasn't for a century or two of human activity. And there's also, of course, the risk with that people come to accept that arid ecosystems are boring, bland places. And we know that that is not the case. So rewilding brings many benefits to arid ecosystems, and these are benefits that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will reap as we move into active rewilding. And of course, the first of those are ecological benefits. We restore natural dynamics, we rebuild populations, and we increase genetic diversity through active conservation in the form of rewilding. We heard this morning about the importance of understanding climate change, and not just planning for it, but actually, can we do our conservation in ways that reduce the risks from climate change? The answer is yes. We can enhance the resilience of our ecosystems but also a healthy ecosystem brought to life through rewilding can increase carbon sequestration, and it allows our system, because we're actively intervening, we can understand what future climates are going to be like, we can understand what that means for ecosystem composition, and we can focus our efforts on species or genotypes that are best adapted to future climates. And of course, there are many benefits to come to people when we rewild ecosystems. There's the huge range of services that we get from nature that will only be improved through rewilding. It's of course an incredible foundation for a tourism economy, which is a big part of the nation's goals, and wonderful opportunities to engage communities who live in or adjacent to our protected areas to be meaningfully involved in conservation. So altogether, this sets the scene for rewilding to enable a renaissance of Arabian wildlife. It's a phrase I like to use in the context of what we're doing in the kingdom and what I like to think we're a major contributor to in NEOM. People don't think about coming for a wildlife safari to Saudi Arabia, but they should, and they will again. This place used to be rich in wildlife. With the right approach to rewilding and the level of commitment we have in this country, we have an opportunity to bring to life in the minds of the world that the Arabian Peninsula is a place of exciting wildlife experiences. So I'd like to think of rewilding as an experiment, and an experiment that the world needs. Why is it an experiment? There are risks involved, and there's a lot of uncertainty around the process of rewilding. We have to confront those, we have to be honest about those. Ecologically, there's always the risk that the species we bring back may not fit that well into the ecosystem as it currently exists. Things have changed, partly because of humans, partly because of climate change. We also know that ecological restoration is messy. And what I mean by that is, if you allow nature to come back with a bit of help, it can often, for example, weeds can come in. And rewilding philosophically embraces that messiness because it's the end state and it's the processes we value more than anything else. And of course, rewilding, if done energetically, can be very expensive. It's much more expensive than just putting up a fence and hoping that that's okay for nature. But again, in this kingdom, we're very lucky to be able to access political and funding support that enable us to take this big challenge on. And socially, we have to be very thoughtful as well. We have to make sure that we acknowledge and balance traditional land uses by local communities. While conservation needs to be the priority, we have to be smart about the way we can accommodate local communities and their needs. To do it well, it has to be large scale, and certainly under current regimes of land use, exclusion areas are important. So in NEOM, and you'll hear a bit more about this, we've committed to putting up large fenced areas to enable our rewilding areas to get started. It's not our end state, but we've had to exclude livestock in order for our rewilding to get started. Rewilding also has a bit of an image problem. There are problems in various places around the world where rewilding has created challenges. In the UK, for example, the return of predators has caused problems for farmers, so farmers have been a bit of an opponent to rewilding. So we have to be very thoughtful about the way we present our rewilding ambitions, the way we implement rewilding to ensure we build and maintain the social license. We don't want to be fighting the public for support. We want the public to be fully behind us when we embark on our rewilding projects. And another challenge that might be unique to NEOM, but I want to share it because I think it will be increasingly a challenge elsewhere, is as we transition to a renewable energy power system, we need lots of land. In other parts of the world, wind farms and solar farms are usually installed on agricultural land. So the conflict with biodiversity is not as large. In NEOM, for example, we are having to find ways to accommodate renewable energy infrastructure within our nature reserve in a way that still allows and ideally supports rewilding. And that's a journey we're on right now, and something that we need to resolve. So as much as there are risks and uncertainties, as an experiment, there's a simple way to handle those, and that's through adaptive management. Adaptive management of protected areas has been advocated for decades. It's not a new idea, but it's the way we deal with these uncertainties. Adaptive management recognises that conservation in any form, and yes, especially rewilding, is an experiment. It's a test. So let's use it like that. Let's test, observe, learn and adapt. That's good management, but it's particularly important we do it well for rewilding. Let's make the most of the people who've been living in our protected areas or adjacent to them for centuries, for generations. Let's understand their knowledge and bring it into our program of understanding. The other thing about rewilding that is different in terms of the management needs is that certainly in NEOM, the way we're doing rewilding is starting off with populations of animals being introduced that we're maximising their productivity rates. That involves animal husbandry. We're also focusing on rebuilding the foundations for the wildlife communities, which is the vegetation. And we want to do that at scale. And that means taking agricultural approaches. So conservation needs to grow up and start to embrace some of the best practices in other disciplines like animal husbandry and agriculture. So a little bit now on what we've been doing in NEOM through our partnership, particularly with the National Centre for Wildlife, and why the NEOM Nature Reserve creates such an incredible opportunity for the Kingdom. And the NEOM Nature Reserve is like NEOM is a project of the Kingdom, for the Kingdom and the world. So we very much see ourselves as a key party to the delivery of national objectives and the national strategies around conservation. And the first thing that makes NEOM such an exciting opportunity for rewilding is the scale that we have to work with. So that NEOM is 26,500 square kilometres. For those who don't know, it's in the northwest corner of Saudi Arabia. And so on the west side is the Gulf of Aqaba, and on the south side is the northern Red Sea. It's a vast area that's nearly 6.5 million acres. And for those who aren't aware, the commitment that NEOM has made to the world and to itself is that of that 26,500 square kilometres, only 5% is going to be developed. The other 95% is being protected for nature, and most of that will be done through the NEOM Nature Reserve. So we have an incredible opportunity to work with on that. The other thing that makes it so amazing, and again, if you haven't visited, please do, because you'll be stunned at what a beautiful landscape it is. It's a highly varied landscape. We have our upper desert region, which is the red sand dunes and rock outcrops that you all know from Alula or Wadi Rum. It's part of that same system. Incredibly beautiful, very, very exciting system with these epic landscapes of desert and these incredible intimate environments amongst the rock outcrops. We have our mountain range that runs across the middle from northwest to southeast, with mountains up to 2,500 metres high and snowfall in winter. We have our lower coastal desert, which has its own beauty, particularly the wadis that run through the lower desert area and bring life to the desert during our brief wet season every year. And then the marine seascapes that you heard me refer to, the Gulf of Aqaba and the Red Sea. You can walk off the beach at NEOM and you're swimming in crystal clear water on a beautiful coral reef. And if you are lucky enough to have a deep accessible submarine, you could go down to 1.8 kilometres deep and see some of the most incredible deep water reefs on the planet. So an incredible opportunity for conservation and of course for rewilding. And the ecosystem, the business ecosystem, the social ecosystem that is a part of the larger NEOM project also creates an incredible setting for rewilding. Firstly, and on the negative side, there has been widespread loss of biodiversity, like across all of the Arabian Peninsula. When you go out on the desert, the one thing you are struck by after you have embraced the incredible beauty of the landscape, you don't see any animals. So the loss of wildlife across this region, including Neom, has been extreme. The thing on the upside of this is that while the animals have been largely removed through hunting or competition with livestock, the habitats are still intact and the systems still have their natural resilience. So these are not ecosystems that have been heavily polluted or have suffered long-term chronic change. I spent the 20 years before I came to work here in the Kingdom working on the Great Barrier Reef. And one of the biggest challenges we have there is the changes that have occurred to the catchments, the land that is connected to the Great Barrier Reef. And there we've seen over 100 years of land change through agriculture, tree removal, and soil loss. It will take centuries, if not millennia, to reverse the problems that we've caused in Australia to our habitats and the natural processes, and the innate resilience of the system has therefore been massively eroded. We don't have that problem in Saudi Arabia, and especially in Neom. So we have a really, really healthy, fundamental system to work with. You'll know by now that Neom also prides itself as a global centre of innovation. Neom is not a tourism project, it's an entire economy being built with all of the sectors and industries that power the rest of the world having a very strong and innovative presence in Neom. These are all my friends and colleagues that we can tap into when we want to seek innovative solutions to conservation problems. We're also a part of the Kingdom that represents the Kingdom's very strong appetite for progress and a willingness to take risks. And this is something very, very special when you are trying to do new things in conservation. And like we are the envy of the rest of the world, we have incredible political support and we can access the funding to do bold conservation. And finally, the larger context in which we work, the partnerships we have with our other reserve projects across the Kingdom, with the National Centres for Wildlife and Vegetation Cover, an incredible collaborative environment to be doing rewilding. Rewilding in Neom also has as its backdrop a larger conservation program that is already well underway. We've committed to establishing the vast majority of Neom as a world-class protected area, and we're working with our colleagues in the National Centre for Wildlife to accelerate the designation process for Neom's nature reserve. We've also committed to eliminating groundwater use across Neom. We're enforcing hunting bans, and we're on a strategic program to drastically reduce livestock pressures across the Neom Nature Reserve. So these will all be very meaningful measures to restore natural processes, which are key to enabling rewilding. We've got political and funding commitment for one of the most ambitious regreening projects the world has ever seen, 100 million native trees, shrubs and grasses back in Neom by 2030, which will then create the foundations for our rewilding program. 2 million hectares will be the outcome of our rewilding program. So how are we doing this? Big ambitions, big words, but we're well underway. But we've started with a very honest approach to firstly acknowledging this is not a pristine environment. I have this campaign in Neom to stop people using the word pristine, because it's not. But that's not a problem. That creates opportunities for us. It sets the scene for the most amazing conservation progress. We are science-based in all the work we do, but we're not risk-averse. We understand that nature needs our help. That takes us to be bold and take chances. But there are many no-regrets aspects to rewilding that we can move on immediately, and we have. We will learn and adapt, and we're doing that every day. And we will scale up over time, and we will build out complexity over time. So we start small and simple, but we grow the program as our knowledge increases and our confidence improves. So we've kick-started with rewilding sites. So we're actually building fenced areas to enable us to exclude livestock, protect the vegetation, and bring in our first animals so we can protect them and maximise their reproductive success. Over time, we'll have a range of these sites across the Neom Nature Reserve, ranging in size from 700 hectares to 100,000 hectares. And in those sites, we will provide active support, husbandry, feeding, protection of the animals. The idea is to, as quickly as possible, build up our wildlife populations, expand the numbers of sites, and eventually merge them. And the end state for Neom is a rewilded landscape without fences. But we have to work through these rewilding sites to get there. We're not ignoring the wildlife that already exists in Neom. We have a very comprehensive camera trapping program that's been in place now for 4 years, and we have a good sense of what animals still exist, and we have strategies in place now to support the return of those existing populations, and ultimately to make sure that at the end state we have a rewilded landscape that is self-sustaining. So to date, again, these aren't theories, these aren't strategies, these aren't just plans. We're delivering these conservation outcomes. By the end of this year, we'll have 4.5 million trees in the ground. We have 2 rewilding sites already in place, 700 hectares, 7,000 hectares. We have 430 animals already reintroduced, again with deep thanks to our friends at the National Centre for Wildlife who've been instrumental in bringing these animals to Neom and helping us ensure that the environment is right for them. But not only do we love having the animals in Neom, the animals love being in Neom. We've had massive success with natural breeding, with 65 offspring in our first season already. By the end of this year, 930 animals and 44,000 hectares regreened. So what does that look like? This is a landscape that's just near the Neom community where we all live. It's an area where we first started our regreening program. This is what many of the coastal plains look like in Neom, and 2 years later we've transformed the landscape. Sorry, behind on myself there. This is what it looks like now. So this is what it looked like when we started, when we first started to do the regreening. This is what it looks like now. So in less than 2 years, we've seen dramatic transformations of the floral communities through a combination of active and passive regreening. Most rewardingly for us, all of our trees, we had great success rates in surviving through our first hot season. So we're really confident that this is a success that we'll repeat again and again as we expand our program. The animals we've brought back, sand gazelles, mountain gazelles, ibex, ostriches and oryx, and already showing great enthusiasm for the Neom environment. We've had babies from all of them. Our ostriches have now got 6 grown-up chicks in their first season, and on the right there you'll see our baby oryx. I think we ended up with about 15 baby oryx, the first oryx to be born in Neom in over 100 years. That's super exciting to see how our early pilot projects have demonstrated such success and potential. So we end up with a situation in Neom where we've taken some chances, we've pushed forward into practical rewilding, and we've already seen some wonderful and encouraging successes, and we hope to quickly grow and expand our program to start to make this look like a landscape scale rewilding program. And not only is it great for the animals, but you can see already the sort of, sorry, I'm behind my slides again. Oh, I missed all my slides, sorry, I'm watching my notes here. Okay, so here's our beautiful animals. Here's our babies. And so again, the baby ostriches and the oryx. And this is the landscape, this is the visitor experience you can have already. So as we start to also open up the Neom Nature Reserve as a visitor experience, this has taken just 3 weekends ago in our Bajda rewilding site. After the rain, we've had incredible wildflower blooms, the vegetation is flourishing, and you can drive around now and have an amazing Arabian desert safari and see oryx in the wild. So with that, I'd just like to say thanks to our many partners, but most notably the National Centre for Wildlife, of course, for this event, but their deep and enduring partnership with us in helping NEOM be a key part of what the Kingdom is trying to achieve for nature conservation and particularly rewilding. Our good friends at the National Centre for Vegetation Cover are also key partners on our regreening program. For those who aren't aware, there's a group of 5 major Kingdom reserves in the northwest of Saudi. We work together closely. It's NEOM, Al Ula, the Prince Mohammed bin Salman Reserve, the King Salman Royal Reserve, and the Imam Turki Royal Reserve. And we together create a huge network of conservation efforts, and we're working closely together to collaborate and align. We've also worked closely with the South African Wildlife College, the world's preeminent training for rangers, and we're developing our own ranger college to make sure our rangers are the world's best when it comes to supporting conservation and rewilding. And of course, our good friends at KAUST and our partners at the University of Oxford who are helping us with the science around our rewilding programs. So with that, I'd say thank you very much and looking forward to the panel discussion.
شكرا جزيلا لك دكتور بول مارشال. نرحب الآن بمنسق الجلسة السيد ستوارت سلابرت المحافظة العالمية.
Wow, I think that was so exciting. Dr. Marshall, thank you. If this is anything to go by, an indication of what Saudi is doing, I think the world is in for a treat when they do visit. We'd like to get into some specifics on the panel now around this concept of rewilding, and to do so I'd like to call up fellow members, starting with Mr. Alborg, NCW, Dr. Philip Seddon from Otago University, and Rob Muir, who's also NCW. If you can please join me. Oh, hi. Proctor Coulson, thank you. Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome. Thank you for your time. I noticed that most of us are sporting beards, so maybe this is a new fashion statement that we're trying to bring to the world. Huh? I think if we look at this concept of rewilding, we realize that there's many layers to it. And I think my first question is going to be directed to Mr. Alborg. I listened yesterday to you with fascination as you spoke about NCW's role within this process. And intriguingly, you mentioned to me the 4 R's that you see as making up the rewilding process. Would you mind expanding on that for us, please?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants. And just to give a general scope, because the National Center for Wildlife concentrating on the national scale actually, not the mosaic parts. So we are not concentrating on a certain protected areas, but we are cooperating and collaborating with all the protected areas in the royal reserves, the reserves under the Al-Ula Royal Commissions, also our colleagues from the Plant Center in the national parks, plus also the private sectors. So since the beginning, the center introduced more than 7,000 wildlife creatures within all the reserve in the country. And as the center, the only organization in the national organization had the 2 big research centers and captive breeding centers in Riyadh and in Taif. So we do have several captive breeding programs for the native endangered species. But the main aspects actually for the center, not to reintroduce in the protected areas, but our target is to reintroduce the native endangered species in all their suitable habitats within their geographical range in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So that's mean we are looking for the geographical range of the historical range of the species, as well as we are looking also for the ecological connectivity among the protected areas, of course, through the safe corridors, which is mean that even the reintroductions will exist soon outside of the protected areas to secure the gene flow and the sustainability. So the last point, that the main target of any reintroduction programs, it's to establish a natural, self-sustaining and sustainable population in their geographical range distribution. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. And just to build on from that, I just want to go back to something you said yesterday around rewilding's layers, and you spoke specifically about reintroduction, reinforcement, replacement, and recolonization. Do you mind just extrapolating on that for us, please, those concepts?
Yeah, well, actually the 4 R's we are talking about, it's reintroduction, reinforcement, replacement, and recolonizations. Actually, the first 2 are existed in within the national geographical range, but the other 2, it's from outside the geographical range. So 3 of those 4 R's, it's already exist in Saudi Arabia: reintroduction and reinforcement. Of course, when we start, there is a procedures before any reintroduction issue. We have to evaluate the area with our colleagues in the protected areas or the gig projects or others. And then we secure the operations before we do. Also the monitoring is part of it. But then we believe that it should, this restoration, it should go gradually, as Paul just mentions in his interesting presentation. We have to learn from that. So depend on the results of the reintroduction, we can decide for the reinforcement to support the genetic diversity. But then the replacement, it exists only when we lost the origin of the species in the country. We have an example of the redneck ostrich, the local subspecies. It was the Strythocamelus syriacus. So unfortunately, we lost it forever. So we decide to bring the closest subspecies, which is the Strythocamelus camelus, and we held the captive breeding programs and we reintroduce it. So the target in the reintroduction programs and reinforcement programs, it's you are targeting to conserve the species and the role of the species in the ecosystems. But in the replacement, you are not targeting the species itself. It's not necessary. You are targeting the role of the species in the ecosystem. The recolonizations, the 4th R, it's exists when you are running an operation to help or to support or to conserve a critical endangered species, which is impossible to reintroduce it within their geographical range, and then you prepare and secure certain areas for reintroduce them and conserve the species itself outside of their geographical range. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Mr. Rob Moore, if I can perhaps come to you for a second. We know that you spent much time at NEOM, and from your practical examples there, I wonder if you could just tell us kind of key ingredients for success, some practical examples of what you've done in NEOM specifically.
Yeah, sure, it'd be a pleasure. Well, I think Dr. Paul Marshall gave an excellent overview of NEOM's ambitious rewilding program, and perhaps just to add a few thoughts and some of the scientific work that went on that underpinned that program. The preparation was extensive. We worked with Dr. Mark Stallmans to develop the carrying capacity, to assess the estimated carrying capacity of NEOM using historic rainfall data and under rainfall use efficiency 2, which is a scenario that assumes that livestock has been removed and the vegetation is under a state of recovery. And this helped us determine the number of herbivores that could be supported across the landscape, across the different habitat types, based upon the habitat preferences of those species. We then identified 7 core rewilding areas that Dr. Paul Marshall mentioned during the talk, that incorporates and encompasses all the terrestrial biomes within NEOM, and developed a stocking plan that ensured that by 2030 we had achieved an estimated 10% of the carrying capacity of those rewilding areas. Now, because the vision of NEOM was to establish a functional ecosystem that requires the presence of an apex predator, in the case of NEOM, the cheetah, we tasked out a team from Aon, Evan Bloomer and Kathy McKinnon from IUCN, to essentially reverse engineer a PVA that would help us identify the number of cheetah that would constitute a genetically viable population. What we were trying to determine was, with the estimated carrying capacity and the herbivores that could be supported within NEOM, could that support, in turn, a viable population of cheetah? So we were looking at this from both ends. But of course, science can only get us so far. What we needed to do was get on with the job of rewilding. And so for the last 2 years, NEOM has been busy rewilding wildlife into 2 rewilding zones, with a 3rd well underway, and those wildlife populations are growing. And I should add at this point that it is entirely thanks to NCW's support, guidance, direction, and the provision of wildlife that NEOM has been able to make such tremendous advances with the rewilding program. And it really has been instrumental in the rewilding success that NEOM has enjoyed so far. NEOM will now continue moving forward through a process of adaptive management and monitoring of the recovery of vegetation, monitoring of those species that act as indicators for an ecosystem under restoration, monitoring of the wildlife populations themselves that have been reintroduced, and continuing to expand the rewilding areas and reintroduce wildlife as we move towards the 2030 board-approved goals. I would like to end with a few key ingredients based on our experiences within NEOM, ingredients for success. One is adequate protection, making sure that the areas into which wildlife is being brought are sufficiently well protected, and that the drivers of the threats and the threats themselves that led to the degradation of the habitats and the wildlife in the first instances have been sufficiently addressed. Availability of wildlife for an ambitious rewilding program. And in this case, we're not just talking about NEOM, but there are many existing protected areas, and with an ambitious program to roll out additional protected areas between now and 2030, having sufficient wildlife to be able to reintroduce into these areas is really key. And in the instances where a subspecies or a species has been lost, is extinct, having a functional equivalent, so that the trophic role that particular animal played, particularly if it was a keystone, can be played by the next genetically closest species. social acceptability, engagement of local communities, getting their buy-in, their support, their involvement, having them as a real stakeholder and beneficiary of the rewilding activities is also one of the key ingredients. Sound monitoring and adaptive management, which we've already talked about, and connectivity and scale. Connectivity across, and we'll take the case of NEOM, for example, ensuring that the wildlife can move freely across the landscape. The road network isn't an obstacle to migration, and this applies to many protected areas across the kingdom, but of course also between protected areas. The PVA work that we did on the cheetah showed us that even under the best case scenarios, NEOM would, with all the prey base that the vegetation could support, once restored, could only support 1/3 to 1/2 of the number required for a genetically viable population of cheetah. Therefore, for cheetah to be restored, reintroduced into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's going to require connectivity with neighboring protected areas and reserves, and the ability for these cats that require tremendous space to move are able to do so. So scale and connectivity is the last key ingredient. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those very practical insights from the field. Prof. Colson, maybe I could move to you for a second. All of these situations that we've learned, key ingredients for success, need to also be built on the sciences. Can you give us some idea around the role of sciences, the role of universities in partnerships with agencies like NEOM and the rest of Saudi?
Sure. Stuart? Sorry. Yeah, of course. So I've worked on various rewilding and restoration projects around the world, including within the UK, within parts of Africa, and probably mostly within Yellowstone. And you know, Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, really is innovative in what it's doing, and it has enormous opportunity here. But let's hope it doesn't make some of the mistakes that other countries have made in terms of application of ecological processes associated around this. Now, first of all, we're not going to know what happens in advance when we do rewilding and we do restoration. We're not very good at predicting ecological systems, even when they're in reasonably stable or stationary or equilibrium states. What you're doing when you're rewilding and you're doing restoration is you're knocking the ecosystems fairly significantly, because you're bringing in species that are absent or at very low densities, and you're going to see what happens. So, although you obviously need some planning, don't expect to know what's going on and what's going to go on when you do the introductions. Often when you go through reintroductions and you start to see rewilding take place, you will see some species actually become really quite hyperabundant, and there is a temptation often to intervene and to try and reduce those numbers. However, sit tight, because the whole system will settle down towards something that's eventually stationary. You're not going to know what it is accurately in advance, but it will get there. The data that you collect is going to be useful for monitoring the changes that you see. It's not going to be particularly useful for predicting where you're going to end up. Yes, you need to have an objective of what you want your landscape to look like, but trying to make accurate predictions in advance is going to be difficult. We couldn't do it for Yellowstone, which is arguably one of the best studied ecosystems on the planet. Huge amounts of data have been collected on species, lots of individual radio collars, monitoring of plots of vegetation. We didn't get it right in terms of predicting what's happening, and we still can't predict what's going on. It is settling down to a stationary state now. It has been a success story, but we would never have predicted where it came, how we would get there. So what Saudi really has a fantastic opportunity to do, and particularly the National Centre for Wildlife, and this builds on something that Paul Marshall said, is there are large numbers of protected areas that exist or are going to be created. There's an opportunity to do some experiments, and that's really going to find out and help the world, not just Saudi, understand which routes to restoration and rewilding work. You can run experiments here. You can do trial and error in different protected areas. You can monitor what happens, and that's going to be incredibly useful information, not just for the kingdom, but for arid and semi-arid areas throughout the world. So I really encourage to do that. Don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to do those experiments. As Paul said, rewilding is an experiment. You have a fantastic opportunity here to do that. So the way that you should go about that is you need to set the objectives, but they can be reasonably approximate objectives, because you're not going to know exactly how many cheetahs you're going to have in a particular area. You're not going to know whether some species are going to be successfully reintroduced. So there are going to be one or two individual failures, but set general objectives in terms of what you want your landscape to look like. And once you've identified those, identify the key threats. And so identify what those threats are. We heard in NEOM that those threats are hunting and those threats are overgrazing by livestock. You need to address those threats if you're going to get back any semblance of the ecosystem that you're aiming to get there. Once you've removed those threats, and again, congratulations to NEOM thinking about this, think about, are there any other interventions that you're planning to do? Do you think this system is driven by bottom-up or top-down processes? It's interesting, the assumption has been made by you, Rob, that this is driven by bottom-up processes and being driven by rainfall. I don't think we know that, but you know, it might be interesting to kind of having thought through that. So doing some of the PVAs is certainly sensible, but again, don't expect them necessarily to be accurate in terms of predictions of things like carrying capacity. Then you do the reintroductions, and then you monitor. But don't be scared if things don't plan out as you might expect. So I want to come back to this thing. We cannot accurately predict ecological systems. The reasons are they are incredibly complicated. There are lots of moving parts. Things adapt. There are all sorts of external factors like climates, like these 50-year floods that occur more frequently than they used to. So don't expect to be able to predict it. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink the amounts of data that you need to get. Do the experiments and monitor. Now, where organizations like Oxford University, other universities around the world, NGOs, governments can help, is they can help design how those experiments might look and the types of data that you get, but also to think about the messaging around it. And the reason I say that, the messaging around Yellowstone is interesting. Everyone thinks they know what has happened in Yellowstone. They think aspen is coming back in forests are recovering, that rivers are changing their course. That's not really true. Aspen is coming back in areas. It's still a herbivore, now bison rather than elk vegetation grassland. There is some aspen recovery and willow recovery in areas. Forests are coming back locally, but in most parts of the park, they're not. So you need to make sure that the narrative you're telling is correct. And part of the reason that this story is wrong in Yellowstone is the very first papers that came out were jumped on by the media, and they've basically told a story that isn't true. I have to say, Yellowstone has been a massive success story. I'm not knocking it, but again, you also probably want to think about comms and communication, and again, I think that's where there's expertise around the world that you could bring in. But I just want to finish. This is a fantastic opportunity for Saudi Arabia. It's a fantastic opportunity to do some really innovative experiments and to see what happens. You're creating new ecosystems that might be similar to what was once there. You do need to remove the threats to do that, but you have a fantastic opportunity in all the protected areas that are being produced and set up to learn a lot and to actually use that to advise the world. So good luck, and I'm sure that there are very many organizations, including my own, that will be happy to help and collaborate wherever we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Seddon, given that much of this is unknown and experimental, what are your thoughts on the planning process, models we can use to help us along that process to achieve success?
What I'd like to do is...
Just your mic.
What I'd like to do is put these fantastic projects we've been hearing in a kind of a global historical perspective. So we're talking about reintroductions. I'm a reintroduction biologist, and I really started that journey over 30 years ago here in Saudi Arabia. So reintroductions, taking animals from one place, releasing them somewhere else, trying to recreate new populations. It's about 100 years old. That's how long people have been doing reintroductions. There have been a lot of changes over time. If you go back a number of decades, apart from a few high-profile success stories, a lot of reintroduction attempts were the release of unsuitable animals into inappropriate areas and no post-release monitoring. Unsurprisingly, the success rates were very low. Over half of those projects used to fail. Really through the work of groups like the IUCN Specialist Group, came out with some comprehensive guidelines, and people pushing. What we're seeing now is an integration of science and management. These are not separate things. Good management is underpinned by good science. We're seeing a series of projects now where, right from the start, we're applying research principles to select and prepare the best possible founder animals for releases, to locate and identify the best possible release sites, to apply, and we've heard things about population viability modeling, to try and predict what the trajectory of those populations would be as they establish and grow, and using that information to inform your post-release monitoring so that you could track the progress of species. Early focus has been on single species of critically endangered animals. And we've seen in Saudi Arabia the single species focus initially, things like Arabian oryx, Hubara bustard. But Saudi Arabia has been a very early adopter of these kind of science principles. So the work on Arabian oryx and Hubara was well embedded in science. Now we see rewilding. We've gone from a single species focus out to thinking about ecosystems and multi-species reintroductions, and therefore it becomes much more complex and much harder and much more important to see science as being kind of embedded as part of that. Because you're not just concerned with one species in that environment, you now have to think about how it's going to interact with other species, other things that you're putting in at the same time. And we're hearing today, we've gone even one step further in Saudi Arabia, very exciting. People are thinking about more challenging reintroductions as part of these big rewildings. Things like Arabian leopard, Asiatic cheetah, maybe even lion. So these top order predators where it's essential that you start to think about what is the carrying capacity of the landscape that you might be putting this out onto. What's the biology and ecology of these animals? Do you have a sufficient prey base? Do you need to think about reintroducing prey species for these animals as you go forward? It's been a real pleasure for me to follow the progress of reintroductions in Saudi Arabia from those early stages, early adopters of the science approach, becoming more and more ambitious, more and more multi-species reintroductions, really thinking about ecosystems in the widest possible sense and putting back assemblages of the species that should be there and used to be there. I think these are very exciting times.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody's contribution. It's clear that this is an exciting space, but equally there's many challenges and many unknowns. If we could have the day, I'm sure we can speak about all of these topics in great length, but if I could just ask everybody to wrap up by just thinking and sharing your thoughts on what are the key challenges that we are facing in Saudi Arabia around rewilding, and how do you think we could mitigate these towards success? Maybe if I could start with Paul.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, look, it's been really exciting to be part of not just what we're doing in NEOM, but the larger collaboration across the kingdom. And I think we've talked a lot about the opportunities, and I think moving forward, to seize those opportunities, there are a couple of big challenges. And we've heard highlights from Robert and others about the importance of scale even beyond the size of Neom. Some of these animals need ranges, or at least for sustainable populations, larger areas. So how do we work across even larger scales than individual projects? And I think, in our corner, we've already got the scene set for that. Those 5 reserves I mentioned who are collaborating. In total, that's nearly 300,000 square kilometres of the kingdom that is under some form of conservation management. So there's challenges about how we bring that collaboration together in a sort of meaningful, practical way, but the scene is set for that one, but that's something that we have to tackle. And then the other one, from my point of view, sort of overseeing a program that's got very ambitious targets. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the chairman of my board, and he's very excited about this work, but of course wants things to move quickly. And so getting enough animals into the system quickly to sort of be able to take the idea of rewilding forward fast, but also to get to the critical test points. This experiment that we're running, the quicker we can run the experiment and learn, the faster those lessons can be rolled out across the rest of the kingdom and elsewhere. So, finding ways to accelerate the return of animals and the work we're doing on the vegetation is a big challenge for us that we're working on. But again, the opportunity is so great, we don't want to shy from that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it is fruitful discussions to talk about. It's really important to learn from the local experience we have in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Philip, he was attending us a long time ago in Saudi Arabia. I think one of the most successful reintroduction programs, it was related to the Arabian oryx in Saudi Arabia. Since the beginning in 1986, we plan to establish a meta-population in Saudi Arabia. And this meta-population suggested to be divided to 3 big populations: reintroduction in the central of Saudi Arabia, and another reintroduction in the south of Saudi Arabia, the third in the north of Saudi Arabia. And the reintroductions, since the beginning, we plan to establish the meta-population and establish the safe corridors to secure the connectivity, the ecological connectivity between those. So fortunately, since the beginning, we succeed to reintroduce in central and south of Saudi Arabia in Mahazat al-Sayd, which has become now Imam Saud bin Abdulaziz Reserve, Natural Reserve, and also in Uruk bin Ma'arad Reserve in the corner of the empty quarter. But recently we reintroduced in the north, so we almost complete our vision for the reintroduction of the Arabian oryx in all suitable habitats within their natural geographical distribution range in Saudi Arabia. Even more, we even support neighbor countries in some funders which the historical geographical distribution range extend to their areas. So actually, out of these operations, the Arabian oryx is being downlisted depending on IUCN criteria from extinct in the wild 4 degree to become a vulnerable species. So I think this kind of local experience, so we learn from the local experience. We need really to go gradually for any reintroduction programs, even if we knew about the carrying capacity of a certain reserve, that it can be able to receive, for example, a certain number of animals. We should not go in once to this. We have to go gradually, as Dr. Also mentions, that we have also to monitoring the reintroductions and depend on the learn, so we can adapt and reinforce for securing the enrich the diversity, genetic diversity, and also in the end, it will result to the sustainable, self-sustaining population back to their natural reserves. Thank you.
I think there are 2 points I'd like to make, and the first is really a call to action, and that's don't forget the little things. Globally, we tend to focus on these big charismatic vertebrates, and rightly so, because they're in critical endangered much of the time. But I think we need to also think we're doing rewilding, we're putting ecosystems back together. We want an assemblage of species. We want those trophic layers, those interconnections. So think about the small mammals, the other kinds of birds, the lizards, the reptiles, even the fishes in the waddies, and think about that whole system, putting it back. Because one species will feed on another, which will feed on another, and it'll support that resilience and that stability of the system you want to get to. The second point is we're in this for the long term. I don't know of a reintroduction project globally where you can just walk away. You can say that job is done, we can move on to the next thing and not worry about this anymore. This is the world we live in. We require long-term, less and less interventive, less intensive, less expensive, but we can never take our eye off these things. There are cases around the world where things have gone badly wrong and early success turns into later failure. I think that we need to approach these things knowing that this is in for the long haul. We are stewards of these environments and we need to be there every step of the way.
So I think two things as well. Remove or reduce the threats that have led to the degraded landscape and the loss of wildlife that you care about. When you've done that, bring the species that you care about and let the nature do the rest. And do the experiment. You have a fantastic opportunity here.
I think I touched on some of them when describing the key ingredients for success, but ensuring that there is sufficient wildlife for the reintroduction programs, ensuring there's adequate protection, ensuring that there's connectivity and that you can do rewilding at scale, and ensuring involvement and participation of the local communities.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. I think what's abundantly clear is that there's certainly political will, and there are great minds in this room and on the stage thinking about these issues deeply. So I believe Saudi is in good hands, and congratulations to not only the conference, but everybody working towards rewilding. I think it's going to be a wonderful success. So thank you, everybody.
شكرا جزيلا لكم على هذه الجلسة الرائعة. لدينا الآن استراحة للصلاة وأيضا تناول وجبة الغداء لمدة 45 دقيقة في الخيمة الخلفية. شكرا جزيلا.
for coming. I very much appreciate it. I hope the content of the talk will keep you awake after your lunch, and if that doesn't, I hope the sub-zero aircon keeps you awake. Just one thing I've noticed about this, oh, it's gone now, the photograph. I do promise you, I do have more than one tie. Just I noticed I had the same tie on in that picture. It's an honor to be here in front of you, and very knowledgeable people. I feel a slight fraud standing here to talk about this subject. I'm by no means an expert on conservation financing. Like all of us, I have to encounter it, but I don't know it in detail, so I'm hoping that my fellow panelists later on will have a lot more technical detail than I do. I'm going to spend some time talking to you about what we're doing in Alula on protected area management, protected area development, I should say, and economic development. Now, that's not because I believe that we're doing it necessarily right in Alula and that that's the model to follow, but what we are doing in Alula is we are developing protected areas, and we are considering very much the economic impact of those protected areas locally and nationally. That's the wrong way. Aha. Okay, just to give you a little brief introduction about Alula and why economic development and protected areas are so important. So many of you may be aware that Alula, as I will call it, as part of the Royal Commission for Alula, is one of the sites identified in the Saudi Vision 2030. It's an area that has incredible historical and cultural heritage. It's an area with very high levels of incredible natural beauty, both the landscape and the species that live within it. And it has a very vibrant community of around 60,000 people who have lived in this area for a long time and are very much the custodians and very proud of the heritage that they have in Alula. For these reasons, Alula was chosen as a site to be developed as part of the Saudi Vision. Oops, sorry, I'll work it out in a second. There we are. For those of you unaware of where Alula is, we're in the northwestern part, a couple hundred kilometers from the Red Sea. You can see on the map where we are. We're very lucky that we are surrounded by a number of other projects. We have Prince Mohammed bin Salman Royal Reserve to our immediate west. We have King Salman Royal Reserve to the north. We have Red Sea. We have Neom. We have a number of reserves and other giga projects around us. So that's going to ultimately, in the long term, create a very important area of around 200,000 square kilometers, all under protection for conservation. But that's where Alula is. It's about 25,000 square kilometers. And for me, coming from Europe, that's about the size of Belgium. We have a vision for Alula that it will be a cultural landscape, a journey through time, and will be the world's largest open museum. Our mission, and this is very important, our mission is that we develop Alula for the communities and for visitors. And we very much underpinning that is the regeneration and the protection of the cultural landscape, of which the wild landscape, the natural heritage, is very much a fundamental part of that, as I'll show in a moment. Underpinning, or overarching, I should say, what we are looking to achieve in Alula are three very ambitious targets. One is to attract 2 million visitors per year. About 50% will be local domestic tourism. The rest will be made up of other international and GCC countries. Our second target is to contribute around 150 billion SAR to the GDP, the national economy of the kingdom, and to create around 40,000 jobs created within Alula County itself. We propose to do that through a number of different mechanisms around building the capacity of the local people in a variety of fields associated with all aspects of tourism. Creating job opportunities, very important. We want the jobs to be in the region for local people. Promoting local businesses, and very much underpinning all of that is the improvement of the quality of life. We have 7 strategic pillars that are underpin all that work, 4 of which are core pillars. You can see here around tourism, heritage, arts and culture. nature and wildlife, the most important in my opinion, and economic and social development. But what's very key from this slide, and I'll talk about this later, is that wildlife and natural heritage, or nature and wildlife as it's erroneously called there, is very much one of our core pillars and is as equally as important as tourism development, as equally as important as economic development. It's fundamental to what we wish to achieve in RCU, in Alula. And also we have our enabling pillars underneath there. So within the wider aspirations for Alula, we have our aspirations for the Wildlife and Natural Heritage team that I'm very fortunate enough to be able to head. We have our vision, which is that Alula will be recognized as a global tourist destination that is contributing to the local economy and has protected and restored nature reserves and brought back native wildlife. We have our 4 strategic pillars, although one of them is a sort of overarching pillar. So our pillars are basically developing, activating nature reserves, restoring those nature reserves, reintroducing native species, and then key across all of those is the research that is fundamental to providing the evidence by which we manage the 3 main pillars. And then we have our enablers, which are financial sustainability, outreach and collaboration, ensuring that we're working with the world's best, building talent and capacity locally to ensure that we are building the local capacity, local possibly within the kingdom as well. So we have some of the best people in the business working within our wildlife team, and also working very much with, say, local partners and building that talent so we are drawing from the best people that are available. And we're always looking to continuously improve the work we're doing by working through strategic partnerships with a number of organizations such as IUCN, UNESCO, et cetera, World Bank, etc. Associated with our aspirations, we have a number of very, maybe ambitious targets. The biggest of those is that we will protect about 19,000 square kilometers, about 80%. So we're talking about 30 by 30. In Alula, we hope to achieve 80 by 35. Now, I said that Alula is the size of Belgium. Now, imagine if Belgium was to designate 80% of its landmass to protected areas. It would be the most important country in the world for conservation. Now, obviously, comparing Belgium with Alula is apples and pears. It's a completely different landscape and different population density. But at the scale we're operating, to achieve 80% of the county under some form of protection is a very ambitious target, but it's one we hope to achieve. And then we have a range of other targets around our restoration, about the trees we're going to be planting. We have a plan to have about 10% of the visitors to Alula will come and visit our nature reserve, specifically Shiran. We're hoping that around 200,000 visitors will come specifically just to visit, well, not just to, but as part of the package, will come to visit the nature reserves. And I'm sure many of you are aware that our sort of flagship species for all of our work is the Arabian leopard that we hope to reintroduce back into Alula and also back into the kingdom. There's a lot of words on these slides. I'm not going to read them out to you, and I don't expect you to read them all. I'll try and summarize them. But this slide basically talks about our aspirations for the protected areas. We have 3 main objectives, which is to plan and design the protected areas, ensure they have good governance, and engaging the local community as much as possible within that. And then we hope to accomplish those through being agile and having robust adaptive management approaches. So we are working closely with partners, particularly IUCN, to develop a whole range of management plans and then a whole range of sub-plans that cover things such as visitor management, ecotourism, research, reintroductions, etc. And then those plans are a living document that then inform our management approach as we go along. And we hope to be very much adaptive in our management approach, basing that on monitoring that through things like the green list approach, and very much using our ongoing research work to ensure that we are on the right track. Those are the 5 objectives I just mentioned. Under each of those, we have a number of activities that will hopefully achieve those objectives we have for our protected areas. So this is how we hope to develop our protected areas. As I say, we have a big ambition of 80% of the county officially recognised, officially under protection. I believe we have a robust plan to get there, but we're always open to adaptation. Now, underpinning that, and I've used that word a lot, is this particular area here, financial sustainability. And that's something that I'm going to talk about for the rest of this talk now. All of that is good, and we are blessed with very clear leadership, very clear direction, and we have the resources made available to us through the vision, Saudi Vision 2030, to enable us to implement this. But at some point, we need to be financially stable, sustainable. And this is something we've put a lot of effort into thinking, what would that future financial sustainability look like? And we've reviewed a number of options. Apologies for the different colors of the dots. This was beyond my control. It was reformatted beyond my control. But basically, we've looked at which of these 6 instruments we believe could be used to generate financing, which of these 6 instruments are relevant for our case in Alula, and which of those are at a state of maturity that we could use them. And these, as you can see, they involve public sector CSR initiatives, public sector investment, ecotourism, fees and levies, public-private partnerships, payment for ecosystem services, and biodiversity credits. Now, all of these are in different stages of development globally and within the kingdom. And each of these we've explored separately to understand their relevance for what we're doing in Alula and hopefully in the wider kingdom. But this is the snapshot of what instruments are available for us to ensure that we can finance our works in protected areas. So, doing a bit of a deep dive on some of these, this for example, is looking at CSR. Precedents for this have been set globally. We know that there are a number of schemes where funds from big companies are used to further conservation work. Some of it could be just to improve the green image, or it could be a lot deeper than that. And already in the kingdom, there are a number of companies such as Aramco that are committed to investing funds into conservation. It's very important with us in Alula, where we are targeting very much around tourism, that we do look very much at the private sector investment. And it's very important for me as the lead for the Wildlife Natural Heritage team that I'm working very closely with colleagues in other sectors. So our hotels and resorts, our tourism departments, our retail department, our F&B, our food and beverage teams, that we're exploring opportunities from each of those sort of economic activities, how opportunities can come from them to feed funds into conservation. Because people will be coming to Alula because of its history, but also because of the beautiful landscapes and the animals that are present. And because that's part of the attraction, the money that's being generated from tourism should be being channeled back to ensure that the area is a beautiful place to, will be maintained as a beautiful place to come and visit. I won't go into detail for all of these, but this is the sort of one of our key ones. So, we aspire to have 2 million visitors coming to Alula. We aspire to have 10% of those actively engaging in ecotourism, and there's a whole range of different ways that we can take the funds that are being brought to Alula through tourism and use that to then fund our conservation efforts. So things such as park entry fees, very easy. You pay a ticket to come into the park. But it could be that you have things like rare species permits. So people could come and pay a dividend or pay a premium to come and track a certain species that is perhaps rare, and they wouldn't see normally if they were just coming as a regular tourist. Things like filming, it's a very beautiful area. There's many beautiful areas in the kingdom. Alula is just one of many. But people could come and, if they wish to film the area, these are well tried and tested mechanisms. You're all very familiar with them. And you can see of all the examples, they are used very much around the world. So again, this is just to stimulate discussion, to stimulate thought. Some of the ways that we believe you can, by using nature reserves, generate money to support the efforts in both Alula and in the kingdom more widely. We've heard a lot about payment for ecosystem services. As we restore, as we rewild these natural areas, there will be benefits for the ecosystem that people, that the industry will benefit from, and there should be a premium associated with that. The PEST scheme is well known. It's a well and tried and tested, well, not too tested, but it's a very well-known scheme, well-known system, and we believe that there is relevance to that as we start to plant trees, offsetting carbon sequestration. It's technically not pests, red pests, same sort of thing, but there's options there for sure. Biodiversity credits is also one that we should be considering. As we are investing, or as the kingdom is investing huge amounts of money in improving biodiversity, improving conservation, there is the potential here to do biodiversity offsetting, biodiversity crediting. Probably not so applicable for us in Alula because much of the area will be under protected status already, and you need to have that additionality for this to work. But this is something that can be considered as well. Very important for all of that is governance, is sound governance, and looking at how we can have various collaborative management agreements or partnerships to manage these areas is very important. Involving local communities, involving statutory agencies, and involving businesses is very important. And it's something that I think will be fundamental for these systems to work. Again, many examples around the world, just here to stimulate thought, stimulate discussion. And here is a very good, well-known example with Africa Parks of how you can have this public-private partnership that can, in this case, 20 million hectares of land is being managed through this, I think fairly successfully through this setup. And it's something that, again, could be applicable to certainly the Alula model and maybe the kingdom more widely. We've done a few, an English expression, I hope it translates well, back of the envelope calculations. If we have this many tourists and we have this much spend, this gives an indication of the sort of incomes you could get just through sort of park fees, gate levies, this kind of thing. And it could be anything between 38 to 225 million SAR per annum could be contributed to the local economy and to GDP just through a relatively small number of people spending a relatively small amount of money on ecotourism. Now, the key thing is, and Tillman said to me, we have to be careful when we talk about this, that it's not an easy thing. It's not all roses in the garden. Sometimes there has been overdevelopment, and there's many examples around the world of where I was, for example, last week, 2 weeks ago, I was in Yala National Park in Sri Lanka, and I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong, but sometimes it takes 2 hours in the morning to get 300 vehicles into the national park. So if you're as a tourist having to queue for 2 hours to get in, and then a leopard is seen and 300 vehicles could potentially surround that leopard, there are negative aspects to tourism development in protected areas, and we have to be very mindful of that. Now, I mentioned that wildlife and natural heritage is a core pillar within Alula's framework. And it is very much, but beyond the words, words are very good, but beyond the words, we have a very clear way that we are protecting all of our assets. So wildlife and natural heritage is fundamentally as important as tourism development, as economic development. And to ensure that, we have a whole range of different documents, plans, guidance, policies, procedures, codes, conditions that have to apply to every single stage of the development to ensure that no aspect of Alula, be it its tourism, be it its culture, be it its heritage, is impacted. This is very important. You have to have this framework in place to protect the assets. Otherwise, as Tillman said to me, we will love it to death. And just to give you an example, we have a sustainability strategic roadmap for Alula covering 13 different programs. You can see them here. 230 independent initiatives, all with targets, all target-driven to ensure that every single activity in Alula is having as minimal impact as possible, and ideally a net positive impact. So everything should be nature positive. That's fundamental to what we're doing because nature is seen as one of the most important assets and will bring the financial returns if it's protected. Just to give you some examples of how this is working, this has been replicated across the kingdom. I'm just using figures from RC, from Alula, but I'm confident this is replicated across all of the projects in the kingdom. But you can see just since 2018, when RCU started, we've already had 600,000 visitors, 4,000 jobs have been created in the local community, 5 billion SAR has contributed to GDP through tourism. We've developed 600 plus luxury hotel keys in the region. 6,000 community members have received some form of training or undertaken scholarships. It says 6 heritage sites recognized. I would also add 5 nature reserves also being reviewed, working in partnership with IUCN to hopefully, God willing, one day be on the green list as well. So we have our heritage sites, we have our nature sites, all being internationally recognized and protected through international legislation, and then all feeding back into the local and national economy. I'll leave it there. It's a bit of a whistle-stop tour of what we're doing, and hopefully provokes a few ideas for discussion after the talk. So thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much for this excellent overview, setting the stage. Dr. Brown will also turn into a panelist now, and I'm asking the other distinguished panelists to please join us on the stage. I'm asking Dr. Nada Al-Tamimi, who is the Deputy Assistant Minister for National Affairs with the Ministry of Tourism. She will give us obviously a perspective on tourism aspects. I'm asking Dr. Talal Al-Hagiri, who is the CEO of the Imam Abdulaziz bin Mohammed Royal Reserve. Dr. Stuart Williams may not need an introduction. He's the Chief Advisor to NCW. And Dr. Ahmad Al-Gandhi, as you may note, he's not on the latest version of the agenda. He will also join us representing the National Institution Combating Desertification in his capacity as a consultant. I will start off by addressing the distinguished Assistant Deputy Minister, and I would simply ask her to further set the stage by elaborating on the role of protected areas in the efforts to promote tourism in the kingdom. So obviously they do play a role. Can you please share your perspective from the ministry how protected areas fit in? And I would ask you to also touch upon marine protected areas, which are marine resources as a very attractive tourism asset. Thank you. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much for this panel and this participation. So, ecotourism and recreational activities in protected areas support economic development by attracting tourists who's interested in nature and in the environment, and enhance the visitor experience by creating different natural and cultural products for different types of segments, which will fulfill diverse visitors' needs, such as cultural, behavioral, spiritual, physical needs and interests. These activities and those products that will be created in the protected areas will generate revenues, will provide economic benefits for the community, will create jobs for the local community who's residing in the rural areas and the remote areas. As you mentioned, the marine also sites or areas is part of the protected areas, and it has the same potential. As you know, we are in Saudi Arabia. We have marine areas, which is untouched, and it's attracting the visitors who likes to enjoy that untouched beaches and environment. And this will also, as you know, that we are in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia developing those places in line with the sustainable standards and best practices, and this will attract the visitors that who have interest in the eco-friendly tourism practices and activities, and will bring the flow, and businesses will, of course, will invest in those areas, adopting the sustainability, let's say, standards and condition, and will raise the overall economy, and the cycle will move.
Thank you very much. And as Dr. Brown touched upon, we also know from many places in the world that there's a risk of what some people might call over-tourism. It is well documented that there can be impacts of tourism, could be environmental impacts. Water comes to mind as one common source of conflict in tourism development. There can also be social, cultural impacts. In other words, there can be compatibility, but there can also be conflicts. Could I ask you to say a few words to talk about your approach to identify and deal with such potential conflicts between societal interests and objectives here? Thank you.
So in this development, let's say, cycle, many conflicts could happen. And those conflicts will happen through multiple, let's say, situations. Number one, cost-benefit imbalances. So if the local communities may perceive more cost than benefits, you will face a resistance. Second, environmental versus economic priorities. So if your development will be against the environmental, let's say, protection standards, for example, if you are developing the infrastructure not aligning with the sustainability standards, not aligning with the local culture, you will face also a resistance. Third, in my opinion, is the disengagement of the local communities. Lack of involvement for the local community in the planning can lead to resistance against the initiatives that you want to implement or execute in the protected areas. As you know, the local communities, they are the incubators for the activities that you're planning to do and to activate the protected areas. Now, how we can resolve those conflicts? Number one, from my opinion, inclusive planning, which is meaning integrating the goals and aspiration of all stakeholders in the development plans. Also, the stakeholders' engagement in the execution, operation, management, it's something very essential. Those stakeholders could be public, private, and the local communities as well. Cultural and environmental compatibility, designing infrastructure that respect the local culture and the ecosystems. Fourth, or the last but not least, sustainable economic investments, balancing the short-term, let's say, gains or economic gains against the long-term environmental objectives. So, just to summarize, effective planning, stakeholders' engagement are a key to resolve any conflicts could happen between conservation objectives and economic, let's say, development objectives, ensuring that protected areas are established and managed sustainably.
Excellent. Thank you for this. I would like to address Dr. Al-Hagiri. When we informally discussed a little bit yesterday, you made the point that in your vision, in your opinion, you think protected areas are a cost center, which they are, of course, and they should eventually become profit centers? And I would ask you to just elaborate a little bit about that vision. I understand tourism is one pillar, but it probably can and shouldn't be the only one. We should also keep in mind that the number and scope of protected areas is growing, which also has to be considered in this development as you think one should move from a cost center to a profit center. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Tillman. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues on the National Center for Wildlife for the great second day. Yesterday was a long day, but it was successful. We did a lot of great network. We have seen a lot of sessions focusing on nature, wildlife, and biodiversity. And I would like to thank Dr. Gurban and his distinguished team. Their team is excellent. Talking about nature conservation and economy is an area of, I believe it's an ever challenging. The challenge is existing since long time, and I don't think it will be resolved. It will continue being a challenge, and maybe this is one of the drivers for the creativity. And as we are taking care of nature conservation and managing the wildlife and nature for sustainability, we will be always challenged by the economy. At the same time, maybe the economy will be also our way for further sustainability. So most of the conservation areas, protected areas, and sustainability efforts are based on being a cost center that's supported by governments, large organizations. They fund them and they spend the money in order to restore the nature and protect it. So the challenge is to what extent we will be able to move from being a cost center to a profit center, or at least to strike a balance between spending money at the same time, retaining money and getting an income. That challenge will continue. I believe ecotourism is one of it, but if we go back to the basis of biodiversity, which is Tanawa al-Ahyai. By the way, our colleagues prepared a video about biodiversity. It might be shown on the background. So if we look to the biodiversity and nature itself, it's a resource. It's a physical resource that provide direct services to support economy, to support communities around it. At the same time, provide indirect activities. For example, by just protecting the soil, so it will reduce the dust, it reduce the, increase the humidity, at the same time bring beauty to the location. Having that beauty at the same time, having nice locations, attract tourists. And that bring ecotourism into the agenda. So from my point of view, first we have to recognize what the services that we have within the nature and also generated by biodiversity, and work in transforming it to economic activities, which we will talk about it maybe on another discussion. Thank you.
Very good. I would like to ask Dr. Williams to add the perspective of the NCW, which of course has a crucial role in the development of the National Protected Area System, on land, in the sea. And again, I would like to stress that there's this ambitious target of significantly expanding the National Protected Area System, which of course has economic implications. So what would be the current thinking in NCW about financing approaches, how you see that developing also in light of the increasing overall number and size of protected areas in the country?
Thank you very much, Tillman, and I'd like to also extend my thanks to the team that's worked with me and Dr. Gurban in putting this forum together. I think it's been fantastic up to now. In terms of your question, Tillman, the 30 by 30 target is obviously going to be an enormously expensive enterprise. Our back of the envelope, and Dr. Stephen Brown was talking about back of the envelope calculations, our back of the envelope calculation suggests that we need to secure the 90%. We have about 10% already secured. That 90% needs still to be secured. We do have a lot of ideas of how to do that. And we see absolutely in the same way as everybody else that a diversity of financial mechanisms will be the key. There is no single financial mechanisms that will provide the financing to successfully achieve the 30 by 30 target. Among those mechanisms, we are talking about partners, we're talking about bringing people into that. Tourism doesn't start until we have protected areas. So the actual development of these protected areas is where there's going to be an enormous cost. And I think that the establishment of NEOM, the establishment of Alula, is a case in point. These things have been very, very expensive, and they will continue to be cost centers for quite a while. I'd like to touch on the point that there is a huge expectation in tourism to fulfill, to generate revenues. One cautionary tale comes from COVID. So we went through the epidemic and the tourism markets collapsed across the world. And there were many, many protected areas across the globe where the rangers were not paid for those 2 years simply because there was no income going into those protected areas. The other cautionary tale comes from Africa, because amongst the hundreds of protected areas across Africa, there are probably less than 50 that are net positive profit centers. So we really need to manage our own expectations and thinking about how we finance the protected areas, both the capital expenditure of setting up the system, but also the operational expense in the longer term. So all of these things we need to think about. I genuinely think that there are some really good mechanisms to finance our protected areas, but I think that what we need to do is start to think about things in the very long term. If we try to respond to economists who are looking at a profit margin over 5 years, we will not keep them satisfied. If we think about things in a 150-year time frame, when we have a population whose well-being is satisfied, their happiness is secured, they are living in a vibrant and healthy nature, we will have more than convinced the economists that every real that they invest in the protected areas of Saudi Arabia will be worthwhile. Thank you.
Excellent. I think it's very important to have this long-term vision, because these areas are meant to stay here, and so we have to think in those time horizons. The key word that comes to mind when you talk about the vulnerability of tourism to factors which may be beyond the control of countries and so on, the term that comes to mind is diversification, to not put all eggs in one basket. Dr. Brown, I'd like to briefly go back to you. On one slide, you showed this overview of the well-known array of conservation financing instruments. Could you perhaps add a few words in terms of how these additional instruments relate in terms of the status where you are in the development or the role you see in comparison to tourism? And that would be helpful just to say a little bit more, to learn a little bit more about financing mechanisms other than tourism.
So I think Stuart, Dr. Williams, Stuart made a very good point, which is, well, this is a long-term commitment, and we need to manage expectations. And I can't remember, somebody said not putting all of our eggs in one basket. Now, obviously, putting everything around ecotourism would be putting that, the one egg in the basket. I think what's important is to have that suite of different options that are available, and to decide not necessarily which one's the best, but which of that suite could be utilized. And I think one of the wouldn't say unique, but one of the opportunities we have here in the kingdom is that there is such political investment, such political will, such a clear vision from the top, such a clear vision from, for example, like NCW, the national authority have a very clear vision on where we need to be, and we have, to some extent, been given the resources to enact that vision. And I think what we are beholden upon ourselves is to try and test some of these things and to explore, with the resources we have, over the next, in the case of Alula, the next 10 years, maybe the next 5 years for other projects, how can we identify which of these mechanisms could be the most appropriate? And also, I think the opportunity that we have, say for example, somewhere like Alula, is that we are doing everything from the ground up at the same time. So everything is being developed simultaneously. Now, one of the problems historically has been, in my opinion, is that there's been a push for, say, developing tourism or developing economic development. That happens, and then everyone goes, oh my God, the beaches are covered in plastic, the trees have been cut down, now we need to make the place beautiful again. I think where we are sort of lucky is that we are able to develop everything simultaneously, so we can maintain that beauty through putting protection in place, so that we are perhaps not having to be in the situation where some places find themselves, that they have a well-developed ecotourism or well-developed community activities or financial mechanisms that are generating income as a result of the interest in the area. But then a lot of that resource has to go back into repairing the damage that's been created. So I'm not really answering your question, but what I'm trying to say is that I think it is different here, and I think we do have a unique opportunity to make a difference and to perhaps test some of these things that have not, things like biodiversity credits is a relatively new concept, I believe. It's not my field, but I think we, within the kingdom, do have an opportunity to try and test some of that, to try and set some of the international benchmarks. Yeah, that's just some thoughts. Probably haven't really answered your question. But I think I look at it very much from a sort of ecotourism lens, although we don't call it ecotourism. People are coming to Alula as tourists, take part in culture, to take part in wildlife, to take part in everything whilst you're there. But that is the main driver for a lot of us, and it is a lot of the driver for a lot of the projects, I think, within the Saudi vision. Tourism is underpinning all of that. But yes, there are other mechanisms, and we're thinking of many other ways of developing things and ensuring the longevity of our nature reserves. But I must admit, tourism is the main driver for that.
So would it be fair to say that the other instruments you've mentioned, that they're more at a stage of exploration, so it needs to be development in order to diversify, in order to be less dependent and vulnerable in terms of tourism, but there's a lot of room for thinking this through and developing these approaches? Is that
I think with the global interest there is in the kingdom and in these projects, I think there is an opportunity for us to utilize a whole range of different mechanisms. So there is the conventional ecotourism, charge a gate fee, but then there could be sponsorship. You know, a number of football teams in the UK, their stadiums are sponsored, as it happens by the Middle East, but having sort of sponsorship of assets could also be an option. So there's, as we develop global interest in what we're doing here, I think that presents a whole range of opportunities beyond the conventional ones, and certainly beyond my field of expertise, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Al-Hagiri, in your reserve, the Royal Reserve you were leading, would the situation be comparable also in terms of tourism being the most advanced, the most tangible development happening, and then ideas to explore further additional complementary instruments?
Well, in our reserve, we started ecotourism activities since our inception in year 2021. And our objective was to provide an alternative to the local and public to visit the nature reserve, but in an organized way and with a responsibility. So we want the operators to be responsible about the visitors, or I will call them now the ecotourists, and make sure they are taking care of the cleanness of the location. They are not touching what cannot be touched, and they are working within the capacity of the locations. So when we started in year 2021, we certified only 2 operators. In year 2022, the number jumped to 49 permits. And in year 2023, we issued 110 permits for operators. And now we start thinking of capacity. And to what extent, in year 2021, we are attracting the operators. In 2023, we are controlling the operators and controlling the capacity. So that was our experience in supporting ecotourism, at the same time utilizing them as a mean of controlling the visitors. At the same time, there is a huge burden on, or a need for public to come and visit the nature areas. They bring more of, I will say, loyalty to the locations, and they have an awareness to it. So through ecotourism, that is happening. This is from one side. Well, as highlighted by Dr. Brown and also our colleagues in CW, yes, ecotourism is not the only activity. However, I believe it is the anchor. It is the, I will call it the nudging factor. The moment we have ecotourism activities, we have mass of people. And then we start providing activities around them. So in our experience, when we have done ecotourism, and I believe our colleagues also developed a video showing the ecotourism activities. So ecotourists, they need some products, local products, and now we are developing and supporting our local community members to develop their handicrafts, so whether it is beekeeping, whether other activities. So ecotourism brings the mass, and the mass will require amenities, and these amenities are provided through either the environmental services or through the community engagement and activities. Thank you.
Okay. As we are nearing the conclusion here, Dr. Al-Ghamdi, your institution, the institution you're representing, works at the national level under these ambitious, overarching umbrellas like Vision 2030, the Saudi Green Initiative, and the National Environmental Strategy. Could you say a few words how this national effort fits into the plan to convert 30% of the territory into protected areas, because there must be many relationships between these efforts. Thank you.
Thanks, Tillman, and please allow me to speak in Arabic, which at least make it easy for me to speak fluently and fast. فبداية أكرر الشكر والتقدير لسعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للمركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية وفريقه المميز على هذا التنظيم، وأيضا أهديكم تحيات سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي لمركز الغطاء النباتي الدكتور خالد عبد القادر الذي ارتبط بمناسبة دولية خارج المملكة. وبالفعل مثل ما ذكر المقدم تيلمان، الغطاء النباتي بشكل عام كما تعلمون هو الحجر الزاوية في النظام البيئي في الإيكو سيستم، وهو أيضا القاعدة الأساسية في الهرم الغذائي، وهو أيضا الملجأ للكثير من الكائنات الحية، وأيضا يقدم الكثير من الخدمات للنظام البيئي الإضافية وللمجتمع المحلي. حتى إن تكلمنا، ولذلك لا غرابة أن تركز مبادرة السعودية الخضراء على الغطاء النباتي تحديداً كمستهدف رئيسي، بالإضافة إلى المناطق المحمية، بالإضافة إلى تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية من المصادر الصناعية باستخدام التقنيات الحديثة. فاستهدفت مبادرة السعودية الخضراء كما تعلمون استزراع 10 مليارات شجرة على مستوى المملكة العربية السعودية، ولله الحمد كلف المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر بعمل هذه الدراسة الخاصة بالاستزراع، استزراع 10 مليار شجرة، ورفعت الدراسة واعتمدت، وحيث اعتمدت المرحلة الأولى لاستزراع 600 مليون شجرة بحول الله تعالى بحلول العام 2030. وبقية العدد سيستزرع إن شاء الله خلال الأعوام والعقود اللاحقة. والمركز في هذا الإطار وفي هذا الصدد عندما نتكلم عن المحميات الطبيعية فإنه بلا شك يشرف على قطاع السعودية كما تعلمون بها شبكة كبيرة ومعقدة جدا من الأودية الرئيسية والأودية الفرعية. هذه الأودية أيضا ربما خلال يمكن العقود الماضية حصل فيها كثير من التدهور في غطائها النباتي وفي تربتها. المركز أيضا يستهدفها الآن، ولدى المركز خطة لاستهداف ما لا يقل عن 200 وادي من الأودية الرئيسية والأودية الفرعية، أيضا لاستعادة الغطاء النباتي فيها واستعادة الحياة الفطرية وصيانة التربة. وبالتالي ستكون بإذن الله تعالى مواقع إضافية مهمة لخروج الناس إليها والاستمتاع بدورها سواء من الناس
some plants for the animals in these areas in the raining season, and we have a clear plan to improve these areas without the random issues before. To rehabilitate these areas and to improve the productivity of these animals, and as before the animals' productivity, it was the kingdom was. Now the kingdom is trying to restore these wildlife, and that's what we are working on
ما بين الغطاء النباتي وما بين المحميات الحياة الفطرية بإشراف المركز وما بين المحميات الحياة الملكية كما هو الحاصل مع محمية الملك عبد العزيز والدكتور طلال ما شاء الله من الشركاء الحقيقة المميزين معنا في المركز. وهناك البرامج الكثيرة التي عملت والمشاريع الاستزراع الكثيرة التي عملت بالتشاركية بين الجهتين، وهذه إن شاء الله ستؤتي ثمارها بلا شك سواء من الناحية البيئية أو من الناحية الاقتصادية أو الاجتماعية عاجلا غير آجل بحول الله تعالى. شكرا.
Thank you, Doctor, for this comprehensive institutional perspective. I think the one keyword is collaboration. I think it's very clear that there's a lot of efforts in the kingdom. There are all these very large, very important protected areas, which individually do great things. There's national initiatives, national programs. So it seems to me that it will be very important to ensure the best possible coordination. From a conservation perspective, yesterday we heard the term connectivity a lot. We should not forget that protected areas are important cornerstones of conservation, but that the loss of biodiversity also requires thinking beyond individual protected areas. We need to think of systems, how they are embedded in the landscape, how the species and ecosystems and the genetic flow can be maintained across larger units, even beyond national boundaries. We are near the end. I think we could show just how important and how big the task of conservation financing is, that tourism is explicitly meant to play a big role, which is a strategy many countries have adopted. We know this is functional. We also know it's somewhat vulnerable and therefore probably not a panacea. It's not something that should be the only pillar of conservation funding. There's a need to diversify, and there's a lot of ideas in terms of how to do that. I would very briefly invite the audience, if there are any concise and specific questions, maybe clarifications or issues you would like to point out. If so, I would like to open the floor. It's a bit hard to see, I have to admit. And if someone could please provide a microphone to the colleagues who wish to make an intervention. There's no microphone? Oh, apologies. Would you mind just, I would invite you to the podium here to ask your question or to make your contribution. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank all the panelists in here. And the issue of economics is really very, very important issue, because I think this is part of the future dependence of most of the protected areas, which is now. What I'm thinking related to how we can develop kind of a brand, looking to the Saudi Arabia and how we can make kind of marketing this kind of things, not only the tourism. Like example, I see here is the honey example. So these kind of things can be used as economical value, but in the same time there are other things. So maybe an issue of how we can develop brands for different things can be not only, we don't need the tourists to come, we send them these kind of things, from Saudi. Looking to the example, the honey, other kind of material used by the local community, which is, I think, will be something really useful, specific for. So not only we need tourists to come, also to send to other countries. So maybe this is something that to be taken in the future. And I agree with you, Stewart, that ecotourism, whatever, if ecotourism, this is my opinion, if ecotourism was something really bring economy to the country, we will have a large country in Africa, very rich because of the economy from the tourists. So I think we need to think how we can branding things from the country to be produced and then sent part from the work with the ecotourism, of course. Thank you.
Many thanks. Any other concise question or intervention? I see none. So I'd like to move to the final stage and ask the panelists, for the sake of simplicity, one by one, starting with Stuart, please, to just think of a concise message when you think of conservation finance and protected area financing in the kingdom, the road ahead over the next years, and also maybe a longer-term vision. What would be your key message to this audience? Thank you.
I think what I would like to say is that in the coming years, what we need to do is to demonstrate the contribution that the protected areas make to the economy, and in every facet, from the monetary economy, so that we can persuade the economists who really look at monetary value, to the non-monetary benefits that are produced by the protected areas. And if we can do that, we can start that demonstration today, so put in place a monitoring and evaluation process so that we can start to demonstrate and convince people in the long term that these things are of enormous value to the kingdom. I think we would do ourselves a great favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Please, Dr. Nada Al-Tamimi.
So, to conclude, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by 2030 aims to attract 150 million tourists, create 1.6 million tourism jobs, and 10% contribution of the GDP. And one of the main offerings that we're relying on, the protected areas, as we mentioned, through their unique offering and different options of products and activities. And we can reach this or translate this into reality by achieving a shared vision among all the related ecotourism parties, including also the local communities. I will just elaborate more on the role of the Board of Tourism in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that we are working in a way that enhancing the full visitor journey value chain and across all the visitor touch points, starting from the pre-visit, when you plan your visit, issuing visa, during the visit, after the visit, in regards to feedback. And this could happen, how you uplift and enhance this visitor journey and enhance the quality of this, reaching the visitor satisfaction through genuine partnerships with all related parties, public, private. For example, for the public, developing the required infrastructure, enhancing the public services, regulations and enablement rules such as licensing, training for the frontliners. For the private sector, leveraging the private sector investment for the local communities and to tourism, to be directed to the tourism activities. At the end, promotion and promoting the sustainable tourism initiatives and the practices within the protected areas to minimize, of course, the negative impact, and such as eco-friendly accommodation activities, transportation. And I will just stress on the point of branding and the value proposition that we need to create in line with the culture and the location and with the whole, because those areas are located within destinations, northern or southern or eastern or western. You need to align your brands with the full value proposition of your destination. As you know, in Saudi Arabia, you have many destinations with different offerings, then how to promote this brands and promote this proactively internationally and domestically. And this is from my side, and thank you for your questions. You're actually incentivize us to give more, and thank you for Dr. Qurban and for the respected team to organize this.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, please.
So I think you said anything I would say to the room. I think the vision, the Saudi Vision 2030, the commitment, the political will, the resources, the commitment of organizations such as NCW, the ability to be able to pull global experts to the country, to get the world looking at the kingdom, to get people coming. I think we are, over the next 5 years, we have such an opportunity to do things well, to do it right, so that in the longer term, we are not making the mistakes that other people have made. So I think my sort of comment to the room would be, any of you that are practitioners involved in protected area management, let's use the opportunity we have to get it right and to demonstrate to the world, if all the enablers are there, what can be achieved, and be that example to the rest of the world, so that hopefully the vision extends beyond just the kingdom and becomes a global guiding principle.
Thank you. Dr. Al-Hagiri, please.
Three components or three elements. One is, as much as we can, if we can change the ordinary visits to the nature areas to become ecotourism and eco visits, that will help in making it organized and protected areas, and add to the value chain the activity. This is one point. The second point is also working on the, I will call it indirect activities like beekeeping, صناعة النحل, إنتاج العسل, beekeeping and other indirect activities that we can build it on the environmental services that generate an income. And the most important for me, most of the protected areas are on the non-urbanized areas and areas away from the cities. So we can generate jobs, keep people within their, close to their settlements, and reduce migration from smaller settlements and cities to the large cities. And the third component, which highlighted by Dr. Stewart and at the same time Ms. Nada, which is the intangible. And I believe the intangible values in protected areas and nature reserve is too high and valuable. By the way, for us, we have already a brand called Al-Urma. Already it's registered brand for our reserve. At the same time also, our colleagues brought a production happen. It's, by the way, it's the honey of Rawdat Khrem, and it is produced by our local people who got their training on beekeeping and honey production. Now, the intangible value of Rawdat Khrem, which very well known and it's close to the heart of all people in Riyadh, can increase the value of this product. Honey is available everywhere, but if I say it's Rawdat Khrem honey, everybody will be attracted to it and has an attachment to it. And this is the intangible value. So as much as we can, if we increase the intangible values of our reserves, we will be capitalizing on it, bringing economic value without touching it and creating the balance of protection. Thank you.
Many thanks. Can I ask you, Dr. Al-Gandhi, to please round off this final?
Yes, thank you, and please allow me to speak again in Arabic. أنا مرة أخرى أيضا أكرر ما ذكروه الأخوان وأؤكد عليه، وهو قضية إنه الآن إحنا عندنا المستهدفات واضحة ولله الحمد. مستهدفات القطاع البيئي واضحة، مستهدفات السعودية الخضراء واضحة، الممكنات عالية جدا، الإرادة الحمد لله السياسية نفخر بها ونسعد بها موجودة، ولكننا ربما نحتاج بعض الوقت كما ذكروا الزملاء. يعني أحيانا نسمع من بعض الزملاء يقولوا أنتم دراسات، نقول إحنا عندنا دراسات وعندنا مشاريع، لكن الدراسات تحديث القواعد البيانات مطلوب، دراسات الجدوى مطلوبة، حتى نستطيع فعلا أن نعمل الخطط التفصيلية بالشكل المناسب الذي يضيف ويضفي للبيئة وللاقتصاد الوطني في قبل حلول عام 2030 بإذن الله تعالى بدون أي تأثيرات سلبية. نستفيد من الآخرين، نستفيد من تجاربهم، وبالتالي تكون نتائجنا إن شاء الله أفضل من الجميع. هذا من ناحية. ومن الناحية الأخرى البوتنشل يعني واضح وعالي جدا في الاستثمار البيئي، الاستثمار السياحي في المناطق الطبيعية القائم على الطبيعة وعلى الموارد الطبيعية عالي جدا. ولذلك لأن المملكة طبعا بلا شك هي دولة كبيرة جدا بحجم قارة، فكل جزء فيها بإذن الله تعالى قابل للاستثمار حتى تحت مسمى الاستثمار البيئي والاستثمار الطبيعي. فنحن إن شاء الله مقبلون على خير بإذن الله تعالى. المراكز الوطنية منظومة البيئة منظومة حديثة تكونت حديثا. بعض المراكز البيئية عمرها لم يتجاوز 3 سنوات أو 4 سنوات كما هو الحال في مركز الغطاء النباتي. فعملية تحديث البيانات وتحديث قواعد المعلومات ورسم الخطط التفصيلية وأيضا يعني رسم التصور الكامل عن البيئات الطبيعية والممكنات اللي فيها يحتاج بعض الوقت، ولكن ولله الحمد الصورة العامة والأطر العامة والمستهدفات العامة واضحة، ونحن ماضون بإذن الله تعالى بتوفيق الله سبحانه وتعالى أولا وآخرا، ثم بدعم قيادة هذا البلد، ونسأل الله التوفيق والسداد. شكرا.
Excellent. Let me thank all the panelists once more. Many thanks to the audience for your interest, and I hope we've been able to offer some food for thought, and I would like to close this panel. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا لكم على هذه الجلسة الرائعة ولجميع المتحدثين المشاركين. قبل الجلسة الختامية والانتقال إلى التوصيات، نود التذكير بأن اليوم يوافق 22 أبريل وهو يوم الأرض العالمي. وعلى ضوء ذلك نود الإشارة إلى أن منتدى حما ملتزم بممارسات مسؤولة بيئياً، مثل توفير أطعمة ومشروبات عضوية وطازجة، منتجات محلية، وأيضاً منتجات معاد تدويرها، وتقليل استخدام الطاقة. بعد دقائق سوف ننتقل إلى الجلسة الختامية لهذا اليوم، وهي التوصيات العامة للمنتدى. سوف ننتقل بعد قليل إلى الجلسة الختامية، تقديم التوصيات العامة. بعد دقائق من الآن نأمل منكم الجلوس من أجل تقديم التوصيات العامة والختامية للمنتدى. We will move on in few minutes for the final recommendations of the forum, of Hima Forum. So we will start in few minutes. We would really appreciate it if you can have a seat for now, and we will start in few minutes for the final recommendations. سوف نعلن بعد دقائق من الآن التوصيات العامة والأخيرة لمنتدى حما. We will announce in few minutes the final recommendations for Hima Forum. سنبدأ الآن الجلسة الختامية لتقديم التوصيات العامة للمنتدى. أترككم مع دكتور محمد الشملة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للمشاركين بمنتدى حما والحضور الكريم، ونستعرض لكم أهم التوصيات الناتجة عن هذا المنتدى الذي تطرق فيه المشاركين إلى جملة من المواضيع المتعلقة بالمناطق المحمية الطبيعية ودورها الفعال في خدمة الكائنات الفطرية المهددة بالانقراض، بالإضافة إلى خدمة المجتمع المحلي، وهي كالتالي:
This one? Yes. So who's it?
من الجلسة الأولى تم التطرق إلى التالي: يجب تنويع مصادر تمويل المحميات ولا يعتمد كلياً على الدعم الحكومي. يجب تقييم الخدمات البيئية للمحميات مثل الاعتماد الكربوني لتمويلها. ثالثاً، توحيد التشريعات الوطنية بما يتوافق مع أفضل الممارسات الدولية لتعزيز المشاركة المحلية. رابعاً، التخطيط المكاني للمحميات، خطة تقسيم المحميات من العوامل المهمة لضمان المشاركة العادلة واستخدام المصادر الطبيعية. آخراً، التخطيط المناسب للمناطق المحمية من العوامل المهمة لإشراك المجتمعات المحلية وتقاسم المنافع. في المناقشة الثانية تم التطرق إلى أبرز إنجازات المملكة في المحافظة على البيئة. للتصحيح، في المناقشة الأولى تم التطرق إلى أبرز إنجازات المملكة في المحافظة على البيئة على المستوى العالمي لتحفيز الدول الأخرى. فعالية إدارة الحماية والمساواة تركز على مشاركة المجتمع المحلي من خلال ممارسات الحماية التقليدية والمعايير الدولية. أخيراً، الأدوات الإقليمية فعالة في تحقيق الحماية المتكاملة على المستوى الإقليمي وضمان الترابط البيئي المكاني.
السلام عليكم. في المناقشة الثالثة تم تسجيل التوصيات. أولاً، الحاجة للمبادرات الزرقاء لحماية البيئة البحرية. ثانياً، المهم التسريع في إعلان المناطق المحمية البحرية لتحقيق أهداف 30-30 بتعاون كل أصحاب المصلحة. ثالثاً، يمكن استغلال نشاطات السياحة البيئية في الرقابة والرصد البيئي. في الجلسة الرابعة تم مناقشة إعلان حما النقيع كأول محمية في التاريخ البشري. ثانياً، ممارسة الحماية التقليدية مهمة لتحقيق الفاعلية والمساواة. ثالثاً، يجب أن ينسق التطور الحضري مع البيئة. أخيراً، يجب دراسة ممارسة الحمى التقليدية للمساعدة في فهم الموروث التقليدي. شكراً لكم.
السلام عليكم. في المناقشة الخامسة تمت توصيات التعاون والتصميم العلمي مهمان لبناء خارطة الطريق. النقطة الثانية، يجب تصميم مناطق الاستخدام المكثف المستدام في المحميات لزيادة مرونة النظم البيئية. في الجلسة السادسة تمت مناقشة الخطوط الإرشادية الموحدة تشكل قاعدة أساس لحماية الأنواع والنظم البيئية. ثانياً، يجب أن تبدأ الحماية بالحد من المخاطر ووضع التدخلات المناسبة. ثالثاً النمذجة البيئية وتقييم الاستمرارية من الوسائل المهمة إضافة للرصد المستمر والإدارة التكيفية. أخيراً يمكن للأبحاث الأكاديمية المساعدة في التصميم التجريبي والرصد لإعادة التوطين وإعادة التأهيل. شكراً.
Greetings, everyone. To summarize the last panel about protected areas development and economy, يجب اتباع أفضل الممارسات العالمية لتعزيز السياحة البيئية في المملكة العربية السعودية. الحفاظ على الطبيعة سيوفر جذب فرص للسياحة البيئية. يجب تفعيل العمل التطوعي لتشغيل المحميات لخفض التكاليف التشغيلية. Thank you all for listening. I would love to have a special thanks for Dr. Muhammad Ali Gurban for giving us this opportunity to present to you. Thank you all for listening.
شكراً جزيلاً لكم على هذه التوصيات. ماجد العتيبي، عهود معروف، إبراهيم الزغيبي، وعثمان النعمان. ختاماً شكراً جزيلاً لكم حضورنا الكريم على تواجدكم معنا اليوم وعلى تفاعلكم ومشاركتكم القيمة. كنت معكم أنا دكتورة وعد عارف، وكان لي الشرف أن أكون مقدمة هذا المنتدى خلال اليومين الماضية، وبإذن الله نراكم غداً لمزيد من الجلسات وورش العمل. شكراً جزيلاً.